Yes.
We're all set.
We'll call the April 27th, 2026 Plan Commission meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please call the roll.
John Marshall. Here.
Present.
Here.
Here.
Mike Conquest. Here. Rich Taylor.
Here.
Laura Southern.
Here.
And all members are present this evening. Next item of business will be approval of minutes. Minutes were in your packet. The questions, corrections, deletions, comments, motions.
I'll make a motion to pass the minutes. I'll second it.
Motion to approve, second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, call the roll.
Dan Rabay.
Yes.
Joe Sanders.
Yes.
Chad Jeffries.
Yes.
Mike Conquest.
Yes.
Rich Taylor.
Yes.
Laura Southern.
Yes.
John Marshall.
Yes. Okay, old business tonight, 26-10. Crown Point Investment petitioner owner requests a site development for Holiday Inn Express at 125 South Superior Drive. I believe you're back here for exterior.
Yep, Amit Shah, 125 South Superior Drive, representing Crown Point Investment. Looking for final site development approval. Back from last month, made some changes to the building materials and hoping to get approval on that.
Okay, I know you passed out this, all the numbers. Looks a lot better than last month, to be honest with you. I appreciate that. We had some, building samples you were gonna,
Yeah, if you
present?
want to look at the brick and
Yeah, if you can get it out.
It's good. Yeah, I like it a lot. I like it a lot.
Oh, yeah, you wanted to get that out. This is all the type of brick that'll be in the building.
that is all the brick.
So it's all brick, not panel.
I mean, there is a little bit of.
Yeah, yeah.
Which I think is-
You gotta- If you could speak back there just so that the audience can hear what you're saying.
You wanna-
Yeah, I have all the material. Auxiliary.
So what on this picture is gonna be metal panel?
The middle of the building, that white, bottom to the top,
This part up here?
Yeah.
And the rest of it's all gonna be brick?
brick and stone.
All right, we'll open it up for, to the board. Josh, staff comments?
Yeah, petitioner's requesting site development to allow a Holiday Inn Express Hotel in a B3 business zone. Property is located at 125 South Superior. Parcel is just to the west of Broadway and sits directly east of the Prairie View subdivision. There's B3 business to the north and east, I1 industrial to the south, and R3 residential to the west. This petition was heard at last month's plan commission meeting, where the only remaining item to be addressed was the materials used for the facade. Facade was reviewed, and the petitioner has now submitted new renderings to the plan commission for their consideration.
Okay, bring it to the board for any questions or comments. I wish you were here, Laura, so you could, take a look at this.
Feeling.
I would like to see it. If somebody wants to describe it to me, that'd be great. Is it real brick?
That might be pointed.
She wants to hold them up.
Well, it's real stone, it's real brick.
Correct.
Oh, it's hollow brick, but still, okay.
I've been on this board for a while with you, so I think they took care of a lot. They kind of made it a more quiet building, which is what we're kind of looking for.
Okay, well, the, if I may, the issue that I have, I still understand why we're seeing metal panels when we kind of, I thought, made that clear that that was kind of a deal breaker. And there's still metal panels on it. And this says something about a niche panel, underwood grain ceiling, pre-finished. Somebody want to talk to me about that one? A wood grain, a fake wood grain liner.
Yeah, we do have a small portion of Nichia, which is kind of a hardy board at the main entrance. It's more decorative purpose.
Okay.
It's,
And I know, and I apologize to the petitioner that I can't be there, that this is, for one thing, I'm running a fever. You don't want me there. But so I'm gonna power through.
Upgrade to the brick.
Okay, and the metal panel, I really don't get the metal panel. That's the big white 3-story thing or 5-story thing. That's all metal.
It's not like metal siding. It's more decorative. I mean, you have it on like the Sonic, for example. I think that is metal panel.
I'm sorry, we have it what?
The Sonic restaurant.
Yeah, which we didn't love, to be honest. And actually, you're a much larger building, so we are looking for much higher level things. I struggle with the metal. I think the stone improvements are great. The colors, I feel like the renderings we got, some of the color looks all gray. There's one part of it that looks like a tan in one part, but looks like a dark gray in another drawing. And I had the packet was emailed to me, so I'm looking at it online, which I know isn't as true a rendering as what you've given the commissioners. So do you want to speak to the colors? I see like a dark gray, a white or light gray, and then kind of a tan or taupe or something.
Yeah, we made it natural or natural tone. There are whites, grays, browns, and black in there.
Okay.
Can you
Okay.
see it here, Laura?
They kind of blend in together.
Take a picture and send it.
Well, I'm seeing what I got in my packet. Black on the bottom, and then kind of almost a stripe effect. And then the part that has the Holiday Inn sign is more of a tan, different from the rest of it.
They want that, the brand anyway, they want that to be a little different color to stand out.
And I'm not opposing that. Oh, Mike, I can see that. I can see that on the screen. Thank you for lining up the bricks so I can see the colors. I think it's an improvement. I'm still struggling with the metal, to be honest, but I'll let other people speak to their thoughts on it. Thank you.
Other board member have any questions or comments for this petitioner? All right, Mr. White.
Do you have a picture of the sign?
It should be on the rendering there.
I'm missing this.
Not this sign.
No, not that sign, the monument sign.
Oh, the monument, I do not have the monument sign yet.
It was included in the packet last month. This month, he's only here for the sign.
Yeah, it should be probably a 4-foot monument, typical monument sign.
Yes, it actually came in well under the.
Yeah, but I wouldn't know what it looks like. So it's consistent with whatever's up and down. Probably.
Is it consistent with what we've been putting in, Josh?
Yes, sir.
We'll trust you. If it deviates any farther, then you can,
From the other side.
On
you
you.
can elicit from us approval.
Anything further, Mr.
No.
Anybody else with a question?
Well, I appreciate this. We had some stipulations you came through that you got rid of that ugly blue that we didn't like and the earth and tones. And I thank you for bringing the brick in because I asked you
Yeah.
directly and you said, yes, these will be brick that will be laid by bricklayers' hands. I think the confusion was clad, the word clad. Everybody thought that meant like a faux brick.
Back clad in.
Clad's just means it's clad in a certain material, so. But no, I appreciate the upgrades on this. I think it looks pretty good. So it looks similar to the hospital, actually. I know you don't want that look.
That's such a good.
Yeah. A good one.
Yeah, the only thing I didn't see the bike parking area on your plat. I do see that it's checked on the cover sheet. When you come back for further readings, let's make sure that's on the plat.
I mean, we could put a bike rack at the entrance or somewhere on the site plan.
Yeah. That's all I got.
I agree. I like the rendering that you came back with. Where is it when you said it's gonna be brick and stone? Where is the stone?
There is a limestone band.
Is this the limestone band we're talking right here?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, other than that, I think it toned down, it fits the character of the Broadway corridor.
Rich?
Yeah, I agree with the comments that have been made already. Appreciate the efforts and listening to us and coming back with the color scheme that you've picked here. I think it'll fit in nicely.
Any further questions for the petitioner? Comments? All right, Chair will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve petition 26-10 as presented tonight.
I'll second that.
Okay, this is just we're only voting on the whole deal because we first.
Correct.
But so it's last meeting and the facade tonight.
That is correct.
Okay, we had all those issues resolved at the last.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so everybody understands what we're voting on. Any further discussion? Matt, call a roll, please.
Dan Verhagen,
Yes.
Joe Sanders.
Yes.
Ken Jeffries. Yes. Mike Conquest.
Yes.
Rich Day.
Yes.
Doris Sauerland.
Yes.
Ken Marshall.
Yes. Approved, so no.
Thank you.
Okay, new business tonight. We have numerous public hearings tonight. We want to hear everybody's
No, you're
comment.
good. Thank you.
We'll probably do what we do at council. We're gonna try to limit public, each person, not the entire public comment. Each person's public comment to 5 minutes if possible. If you have more to say, then we're gonna listen to you to the end. We want to stay on subject tonight with what, speak to the petition being presented. And we had some personal attacks at the last meeting that were unnecessary, so please, let's everybody be professional and direct questions to the board. I appreciate it. That being said, new business 26-22 Ton and Blank Construction LLC petitioner, Franciscan Alliance Incorporated owner. This is a workshop for Franciscan College PUD located on the northeast quadrant of 231 and I-65. Is anybody here to present this? Okay, just so the audience knows, a workshop is not an official, we won't vote on a motion at this meeting. Petitioner is giving us a thumbnail view of what they're planning on doing. And petition either voices their approval, suggests changes, or and petitioner gets an idea whether or not he wants to formally bring it back. So we'll hear from all the board members. If anybody in the audience is here for this particular thing, it's not a public hearing per se, but we do allow the public to ask their questions at this time, just because he's trying to make his plan to meet everybody's needs. That being said, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is John Gilmore. I'm president of Ton and Blank Construction. Our business is located at 1623 Greenwood Avenue, Michigan City, Indiana. I'm representing Franciscan Alliance. Ton and Blank's fully owned by Franciscan Alliance, and I'm responsible for all of Franciscan Alliance's design and construction. What we'd like to present to you today is a very exciting project. It's a new College of Medicine to be built across the street from the hospital at as Mr. Marshall said, at the northeast corner of I-65 and 231. Franciscan between south of 231 and north of 231, between Franciscan and Ton of Blank. We own about 650 acres there now. The proposed site for the College of Medicine is a 116-acre parcel. It's in your packet, shown there in blue, where we bought several lots, put them together in order to create this exciting new medical school. Eventually, after 4 years, it'll start out with 100 students per class, go up to 200 students after the first year, and eventually over the 4-year classes, there'll be 800 medical students represented on the site. About half of those, the 3rd and 4th year students, will actually be deployed to hospitals. So that's another exciting part, is it gives all these medical interns a chance to work at Franciscan and others in Indiana hospitals. And we hope many of these doctors stay in the area to help with the shortage of doctors that the healthcare ministry is experiencing. So there's some renderings here, again, very early in the process. The hope is to start the first class mid 2030. So we've got a few years, but we got a lot to do in a few years. We're proposing to extend Mississippi Parkway to the north up to the last part of the Franciscan land that they own, which was previously owned by Martha. Remember her last name? Wheeler, Martha Wheeler, yeah. So that's where we're proposing to take Mississippi Parkway to. We did the similar thing when Ton of Blank extended Mississippi Parkway to the south. We extended it to the property line. We hope to have connect to the roundabout that's currently there for the hospital. We made a deal with NDOT several years ago that if there's additional development at the hospital or north, that we would put a roundabout in at Mississippi Parkway. We plan to honor that with them. We haven't gone to NDOT for any of these approvals yet. The mayor heard about it 2 weeks ago. We had a press release last week, and we're here to see you now, again, just to kind of get the ball rolling and to figure out what we need to do to get it rezoned into a PUD. There's some preliminary elevations on here. There's a plan to have 400 apartments on this site for the medical students. It won't be student housing per se, but we plan to have a developer build those apartments and give the first opportunity to those medical students. So you'd have 400 doctor students living in those apartments is the plan. And we start by building the first 200 if approved, and then the next phases as needed. We plan to reserve the front lots for some sort of retail that will help enhance the site and be used by the medical school and the hospital. We really haven't got into details. We don't have any specific plans other than to reserve that frontage for commercial type businesses. And that's really it. So there's a residential component, the medical school component, and a small commercial component. Any questions?
There will be.
It's exciting to be only the 3rd medical school in the state of Indiana. So there's Marion IU, and this Franciscan school to be named will be the 3rd.
Well, glad you're first pick is Crown Point, so hopefully it's a good partnership. With that being said, anybody on the board have any questions for the workshop?
Yes, sure, yeah. So, thank you. This is exciting. If this goes through, I mean, that whole campus there should be educational and medical, and that would be a great development on that north side. The Mississippi Parkway, you said you would convert that to a roundabout?
So
Because it tees into
that's what
231
NDOT
now.
wants.
And then the existing roundabout there that goes to the hospital campus, would there be
A
entry
drive
north
that
off
goes
of
into
that?
the campus, yes. Yeah, so there'd be 2 accesses
Yes.
to the campus,
Yeah.
one being a public road and the other being right off of 231, the existing roundabout, which it was designed for another leg to come off of that.
And you would extend Mississippi roughly to just to service that campus. You take it as far north as it needed to be.
As far north as Franciscan owns the land. So it'll be several hundred feet. I don't know exactly how it's shown on the site plan, how many feet, but
Oh, it does.
it's going
Okay,
to
I see that
extend to the
now.
north well past it.
Okay. But then, okay, the apartments you said aren't per se like dorms or specific. They'd have first shot, but they'd be public apartments.
Correct.
That's a tough one. Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
But also, we wouldn't build them if we didn't think that they were going to be utilized by the medical students. It's to bring medical students here just so they have a place to live right on campus
Mhm.
and be able to come to the hospital and do their internships there as well.
So obviously the hospital and there's research there that says there's high demand and
Yeah, I
you'd have
bring my boss,
fat
here,
enrollment.
the CEO of Franciscan Alliance. He'll tell you there's 84,000 openings for general practitioners in the United States, and there's a huge shortage of physicians in our area and in the entire United States. The governor is behind this project 100% because he understands that. The mayor gave us his support. So I think it's a great thing. And as far as if it's going to go, the Franciscan board has approved $300 million for this venture. Not all of that is, about half of that is the actual development, and the other half is they've already started hiring deans for this school. They've already put in their application to the osteopathic medicine. They're going to have to hire staff. So they're going to have all the staff up to speed, ready to go by 2030.
Well, it's an exciting prospect, and we see that a lot of the medical facilities up and down Broadway now, and I like the fact that Crown Point is becoming a center for that. So, okay, thanks for the answer. Appreciate it.
Mr. O'Haley.
So let me see if I get this right. Along the front, along 231, there'll be a commercial component then.
That's what we're proposing.
And then as you go up further north to the west, was be the campus, so to speak, the classrooms, the laboratories.
That would be along 65. If you look at the site plan that's on here, the long rectangle represents the actual school.
And then directly east is the apartments.
Yes,
And tell me about those. Those are going to be privately owned.
that's
Franciscan's
an
not
option
gonna,
that we're looking at. Yeah,
is Franciscan going to own those to your best of your knowledge, or
I don't know. I mean, Franciscan is not, or Ton and Blank, we're not in the business of residential apartments. We don't claim to be. So we're going to look at a few options, either having a developer build them and own them and operate them, or potentially Franciscan builds them, owns them, and has someone else operate them for us. Definitely, it's not student housing.
it is not?
It's not part of the college.
And when you say they, Franciscan is going to create the school, secure all the accreditation for the schools, and it will be Franciscan.
Yes, sir.
It will not be affiliated with any other school.
No, sir.
I think it's pretty good. I think you got everything pretty well laid out. Kind of hesitant on the apartment, but that's for a discussion for another day.
Yeah, and we can bring you some information. Let us know what kind of statistics you'd like to see. Again, we are building these purely for the students, and if we build 200 and we don't need more than 200, we won't build more, but we're thinking about half of the students would be interested in this, and their families, of course, because many of these students will already be older and have families.
And do you envision that they would have first right to get in there?
Absolutely.
And then if they're not sold, then John Q. Public can come in and rent one of those.
Correct.
I think it's a great idea, a great concept. I think you got a lot of work ahead of you, but I think it's
That's why we're starting here.
a great thing for, I think it's a great thing for Crown Point, and thank you for your vision. That's all I have, Mr.
Mike.
Yeah, first of all, God bless you. Thank you so much. I mean, this just speaks so well of the sisters Ton and Blank and the city of Crown Point, and this is going to be awesome. I have some familiarity. I have a cousin who's a director of programs at UWM, School of Medicine. I have a son-in-law who is at Duke. He's a doctor. He teaches in the residency program. A lot of universities have university-owned apartments. They limit them to students of 21 years or older. So you're talking, you know, your junior year, junior, senior, graduate students, that sort of thing. Some of them will allow staff and faculty. I get what you're saying. You don't want to have vacancies, but apartments have historically, I mean, you're from Michigan City, you may have heard this years ago, historically raised a ruckus in Crown Point and aren't a real popular thing. And my gut reaction is I don't want to see it if we're gonna open it up to the public. But maybe you guys can put some limitations on some of that, no more than such a percent or something. I think it would be fantastic. I mean, you got a nursing school there too, you know, and I read that you are going to do a residency program throughout the state, but primarily in Crown Point. So there's more that, you know, they get out of the osteopathic part of school, then they got to go through a residency program. So, I mean, this could really be needed and you could fill it real easy, but I'd like to hear some of your guys' thoughts, and it becomes concerning when the sisters may not own it or just have somebody else control it. But this is just a workshop, and so I'd appreciate some, you know, feedback on that sort of stuff.
Yeah, so first, I appreciate you thanking me. Don't thank me, thank the sisters, okay? I'm just the representative here. We want what you want. We don't want what you don't want, right? I mean, we don't want these apartments to turn into something that is going to reflect badly on the medical school or the hospital. We will do everything in our power to control that, and we're happy to work with you to put some covenants in place to control that. We can't discriminate either, so we need to make sure that that we have our ducks in a row, and I assure you we will, and we'll take your comments, because as I said, we want what you want.
Thank you.
Well, I'd just like to add what, I mean, Joe said that he was hesitant about the apartments. I'm not hesitant. My answer is no. You can't, we don't want apartments. I don't. If it's student housing, no problem. I don't know how you're gonna regulate it. We go through this all the time. There's no way to police it. I mean, the students get first right. I mean, if you got somebody that signed a couple-year contract to be in the apartment, I don't know, you know, once they're filled up, they're filled up. It's hard to move them out. They're not on medical school. I don't want to get duped like we did on the project right across 65. We had this big project coming in. They built these townhomes because they needed the seed money to get it going, and now it's all collapsed. You know, and we're stuck with the townhomes. So I love the project. It's great. I hope it comes to Crown Point. I think Franciscan's an outstanding corporate partner in Crown Point. But public apartments, I'm not going to support. That
John,
being said,
can I ask John a question? When you say student housing, I think a lot of people think of dormitories.
well,
So
I don't have-
student, you're okay with student apartments?
yes.
Okay, okay.
Yes, absolutely. I think having them live there, and I don't know if they're gonna get any kind of break on the rent or for being in school or whatever. That's their business, but public apartments are just. Just be honest.
I hear you.
I mean, I don't know what more I can say. I mean, I agree with everybody that's up here. I think it's a great project. I think your renderings look good. I also am not sure about just putting 400 apartments or 200 apartments and, kind of hoping for the best that the students are going to rent them. I think that's going to be, further discussion as we go on with this. But yeah, I mean, I think the project's nice. I think the partnership we've had with the sisters and city, speaks for itself. I just think this part of the plan is going to take a little bit more discussion for us to figure out.
Yeah, I would add, we just want to make sure there's a place for these folks to live.
Sure.
That's in proximity to the college, that they're not trying to find a house to rent somewhere, somewhere in the vicinity. So we're trying to give every opportunity to make this successful for us, for the students, for the community. So once again, we don't want what you don't want. So we'll do some more thoughts about that. And to be honest, we haven't really talked a whole lot about the apartments. The concentration's been on the College of Medicine. We'll get into that, and we'll come to an agreement on how to develop this in the best interest of the city, the best interest of the hospital, the best interest of the sisters, and of course, the best interest of this exciting new medical school.
Is there hesitation because of that being a new project and the fact that the experience and adding that housing part of the equation, managing that, owning that, running it? Is there hesitation in, instead just focusing on the education part?
Yeah, we don't want to be in the apartment business. That's really what it is. So we're kind of hitting the easy button. That doesn't mean we can't be in the apartment business.
Because if you're saying, this is as popular as what you think it's going to be, then I would think you'd fill that with students pretty easily, I guess.
Yeah, we think we'll.
But just not wanting to make that part of the whole ownership and running that, just not an interest.
Not the preference.
Yeah.
And in college, even Purdue has figured out up in Northampton that they need dorms. And that's why they're building so much student housing up there.
This is a different student body, right?
I got it.
Yeah.
But once again, I don't know why they would be adverse to building the apartment, having a professional management company manage it for them, so that they can devote most of their time and energies towards the school, not towards managing an apartment complex.
Maybe property taxes for you.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in on this. Mr. Conquest referred to the ruckus that tends to be raised when apartments come up in Crown Point. I've been around way long enough to be a part of the ruckus. And I believe if we look back, Mr. Watson may have some information on it. There was a resolution passed regarding apartments years ago, and that's still in place. That's never been removed. So that is a huge deal breaker. I also think if you're going to jump into, now I can be your biggest cheerleader on healthcare industry. That's a great economic driver. That's a great clean industry for the most part. I mean, I lived in Birmingham, Alabama, and grew up there, where it went from a steel town to a health center. And it was a great transition, and it was wonderful for the city. So to have Crown Point considered for this is awesome. I think the city and the Franciscan Alliance had a good relationship through the years, and we'd love to see that continue. But the apartments would be a deal breaker. I really don't think it's a big deal. Anybody's dealt with medical students of any kind know they want to live close because their hours are so long. So if they're going to be able to sleep, they're either sleeping on campus or they're getting home for just a few hours, especially if they're in residency. So I think the idea of housing is very important, and we wouldn't fight you on that. But if it's going to be public apartments, we've already got a resolution in place, so that's a deal breaker. So it would need to be student housing. And again, I don't think that would be a problem. It can be priced in such a way that it would be beneficial. At the very minimum, it would be break even if you wanted to give the students a break. But I think that's going to have to become part of your plan if you want to be in Crown Point. But otherwise, I'll be your biggest cheerleader. I'll help drive nails if you need it. I would love to see a medical school come into Crown Point, and we love the nursing school being there and want to continue to see that successful.
I hear you loud and clear.
Anything additional from any member?
I have a thought. This may be a little off the wall, but I'm thinking back. You know, when you were in college, when I was in college, college kids can be a little wild, okay? And you think doctors are the smart ones, they can be a little wild too. My daughter met her husband while he was in med school and she was getting her master's in social work. And he lived in an apartment or a house in Indianapolis with other doctor students. And there were times when they could be a little wild. And there are times when it had to be absolutely quiet. They were all intense and studying. And if apartments can be kind of close settings and stuff like this, and when you mix the two different groups, maybe this guy's got to get up at 4:30 in the morning to be at work at 6, and the college kid doesn't, it's not even a really good match. That's another consideration. Okay, just a thought.
We didn't come here to ask to build apartments, okay? We really
Right,
came here
right.
to ask to build a medical school, so we'll figure it out.
All right, thank you.
Okay, hopefully you have an idea what the commission's thinking, so. I think we should at this point, so.
Yeah, appreciate your time. Thank you. Any questions can be run through myself. We have Tim Lentz here, who's going to be the program manager. He's a Ton of Blank employee. So he'll be hopefully coming to visit with you folks as we go through the process.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you, John. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next item of new business, 26-12. BR2C Properties LLC, Mississippi Parkway Partners LLC petitioner owner requests a primary plot. This is a public hearing for a one-lot commercial subdivision, BP-1 Business Park at 13171 Mississippi Parkway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jeff Van, and here on behalf of BR2C Properties and Mississippi Parkway Partners, the owner of the land. We're kind of down the road on a process. We've been in front of you and also the city council over the last 4 to 5 months. If you recall, part of this property and what Ben has on the screen, what's highlighted in red is the location of the 28 acres we're looking to come and seek approval for a one-lot subdivision. The dark area on the right-hand side, that area was at one point out of the city limits. So 4 to 6 months ago, we went and annexed that into the city. The city council unanimously approved that. We were back before you a few months ago looking to have this property zone BP1, which you unanimously approved, and so did the city council. And so now that we've got all of those zoning entitlements taken care of, we're looking to create a one-lot subdivision. This property that's contained within the red boundary contains 4 meets and bounds parcels and tax key numbers. And we're trying to consolidate all of those 4 into one subdivided lot description. And we will be coming back to you in the next few months with an actual site design with the building that meets the BP1 zoning requirements. So 28.6 acres, I believe it is. It's up against Mississippi Parkway, just a little bit about a half mile south of the Crown Point Franciscan Hospital and their campus. And it is fully serviced with gas, electric, communication, water, sewer, and then stormwater will be addressed specifically as we have done with the entirety of .65. As Corex and Arcadia have been developed when the site plans came in. Those detention ponds specific to that site were custom designed to meet that site requirement. So with that being said, I'm here to answer any questions, and it's been published for so we're able to hold a public hearing.
Okay, Josh?
Sir, petitioner is requesting primary plat approval for a one-lot subdivision in .65 business park. The proposal is to combine 4 parcels to the east of Mississippi Parkway, just to the northwest of the Corex facility. The layout would be one lot consisting of 28.6 .68 acres, which did receive a change of zone to P1 2025. Future development to be consistent with development and uses of the area. As the petitioner stated, all notices have been properly sent out by certified mail. The notice has been published in the newspapers. There have been no calls of support or remonstration. The planning department recommends approval of petition 2612.
Okay, brings the board for any comments or questions. I guess I have a question of Josh. I haven't been out there. Did we put up the no trucks on,
No left turn.
no trucks on Delaware? No, I'm,
Mississippi.
Iowa
Yeah.
Street. No
Iowa.
trucks
For
on-
Iowa, right. I have not seen that. I have actually called and talked to Correct. When I was out there last week, I did not see a sign.
You beat me to it. We were asking for when trucks leave
Right.
Toward-
Yeah.
right turn only to go back to 231 and not go over to Iowa. And I've been back there a couple times. It's not up.
I just haven't.
So
Who's responsible to put those signs on, Josh?
That would be up to the property owners.
Do we need to contact the property owners there?
I will follow up with them again.
is that our street?
'Cause we told,
Can we?
we told that gentleman on Iowa that we're gonna put those signs up.
Why not? Cost?
It needs to go on private property for the private property's use. So that's why we reached out to the general manager. I've not heard back from them. And I will do a better job following up with them.
Okay, no problem. With that being said, anybody, Joe, you got a question?
Yeah, so coming back to this property, then do you have a prospective tenant?
We are working on one right now.
And it makes more sense to be one big lot like that in this,
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
and we'll need a no right turn only sign on that one too. Put a note on there. We're doing that. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah, John,
Mike?
just, GIS and you guys on it, it pretty much shows up on this one too. You've got kind of it looks like maybe a detention pond or retention pond and then a wetland. I think this is the wetland here and this may be the
So
retention.
on the the triangular point of that exhibit, there are two ponds.
Yeah,
One was built when Ton and Blank initially built the Mississippi, the first southerly half mile of Mississippi Parkway. And that detention pond was built for that section. And then when we came back in 2022, I think it was, designed the Mississippi Parkway extension to Iowa Street. The west half of that new section of Mississippi Parkway needed a detention pond for the roadway drainage, and a second pond was built. So that is what you see there. And then immediately to the east of those two ponds is an existing ditch, which really kind of acts as the headwaters to the Lake Michigan watershed, actually.
you're gonna be able to protect all those.
What's that?
You're gonna be able to protect all of those,
Yes.
maintain the,
Those ponds will remain as ponds. We may combine the two and expand it for the development. That's what we're working through right now.
thank you, Jeff.
Anything further, Laura? No further questions or comments? Up to the public. At this time, we're gonna open the public hearing at 2612. If anybody in the audience has any questions, comments about this petition, please come forward now. State your name and address for the record and state your question or opinion. That's this petition that we're talking about. At this time, it's one lot, commercial subdivision.
What is the area?
It's, south of the hospital in the, industrial park that we, put out there a couple of years ago. It's just the next building. You want to move 137? It's, yes, it is.
Which area are we talking about?
Outlined in red.
That's 437.
Are you talking about?
annexed all of that? Good. Yes.
The red outline is the property we're discussing right now. Lot 1.
I'm here for the area that is north of 137. so I'm not sure.
On the other side.
Yeah, the other side.
Oh, that's the other
side.
one.
Is he here for the change of zone?
Yes.
Okay, it's not this one.
Okay.
Okay, anybody else in the audience would like to come forward? Public hearing on this petition 26-12. Anything online?
Got one there, John.
Come on up.
Oh, if you
Come to the
want to
podium.
step up, go ahead.
Just need to say your name and address for the record.
Turn your phone.
Michael, 13490 Georgia. Okay, you've got all this building going on and you have addressed roads at all. Have you been down Delaware since you put the clapboard slab houses in? It's like Broadway. You can't move. You have one stop line, one turning lane. Nobody can get, people are blowing the red lights like people are blowing the stop signs.
Oh, we're on the
You're on the other side of the
We're-
road.
we're on the
We're on the
other
other,
side.
I know that, but you're gonna put 400 apartments in there?
No.
This guy wants 400, where are you gonna put all the cars?
No,
Where's the traffic?
We're talking about,
2-lane roads.
we're talking about this petition. right now.
That was the last.
I'm sorry. I mean,
Turn your phone up.
one.
Problem?
Best I can figure. Okay, anybody else in the audience like to comment on this petition? At this time in a public hearing. Nothing online? Yes, sir. Okay, once, twice, 3 times, we're gonna close the public hearing. Bring it back to the board. Any additional questions or comments or motions?
Mr. President, I'll make a motion that the primary plat meets all the subdivision requirements as listed in the Code of Ordinances Title 15, Sections 151.01 - 151.99.
We have a motion for approval, a second.
I'll second that.
Go ahead, floor
All
second.
right, we're gonna let Laura have it. She will wait, fine.
Got a 7-second
This is
delay.
for recommendation to the council, correct?
No, it's just.
This is primary plat.
Oh, sorry. Wrong petition. All right, we have a motion to approve in a second. Any further discussion? All roll.
Dan Rohit.
Yes.
Joe Sanders.
Yes.
Chad Jeffries.
Yes.
Mike Conklin.
Yes.
Rich Tech.
Yes.
Laura Sauerman.
Yes.
John Marshall.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next item of new business, 26-13, Parkways of Beacon Hill petitioner owner requests primary plat. This is a public hearing, 2-lot commercial subdivision, B3 business zone at 10840 Delaware Parkway. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Plan Commission. My name is Greg Lloyd with the DVG team, 1155 Troutline Road, Crown Point. We are here representing the existing property owner, I-65 Beacon Hill LLC, for this proposed 2-lot commercial subdivision. We're here seeking primary plat approval for this. It's technically called the second re-subdivision of the Parkways of Beacon Hill. First re-subdivision of this area was done at the time of the Hampton Inn and Suites. Property is zone B3. What's on the screen should be the same as your handouts, with the exception probably of this first page, which is just a GIS overview. So what we're looking to do is re-subdivide what you see as Outlot A, where that detention pond is, and then the next property to the south, adjacent to the Hampton property. By doing that, we would be creating 2 lots. Lot 1 would be kind of the Outlot A area extending a little bit south. That would be 6.75 acres. Lot 2 would be the remaining amount, which would be essentially very close to the squared off piece to the right of the Hampton there. Currently planned is a Marriott brand hotel for that north property, Lot 1, and then a multi-tenant commercial building for the balance of Lot 2. As part of the project, we've been going through engineering and planning, and the existing detention basin is going to be slightly expanded to bring up to code with latest stormwater requirements. So we've worked with Christopher Burke on that. Kind of going through this whole process, we've received multiple rounds of comments from staff. We've responded to and addressed those comments to date. should we be approved tonight, we're hoping to return next available meeting for secondary plat and site plan approval, specifically for the hotel. That one, we are pretty much at permit engineering level. The other one, we're a little bit behind finalizing users. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions commission may have, staff may have, or things that may come out of public comment.
Okay, Josh.
Sir, petitioner is requesting primary plat approval for a two-lot subdivision located at 10840 Delaware Parkway, at the southwest corner of Delaware Parkway, 107th Avenue. If approved, the petitioner will be moving forward to seek approval for a proposed hotel and multi-tenant commercial building. With the property abutting 107th, there needs to be a fully realized development plan in place before site development and secondary plat can move forward. All notices have been properly sent out by certified mail and been published in the newspapers. There have been no calls of remonstration or support. Plans have been reviewed by city staff, with further reviews to happen during the site development process. Planning department recommends approval of petition 2613.
Okay, bring it to the board for questions or comments.
I have a question. What is the timetable for finishing and hooking up 107th there to get over the bridge and get over there?
As Josh alluded to, oh, go ahead, Jeff.
No,
As I say, the development team has been meeting with staff on that, and that is part of the next step that we need to come back before secondary site plan. So I think Jeff can provide some additional background.
107th was included in the tax increment finance bond that was
Right.
approved back in 2019.
Right.
That plan didn't get implemented like it needed to be. From a timing perspective, the city required us to take a 6-year spending plan and compress it into 3 years, which reduced the amount of money that we were able to spend on capital projects. So we have been talking with the mayor's office and also with the economic development department's office and coming up with an updated plan of that from a schedule perspective and a financing plan. We currently are out seeking updated costs for that crossing. It's a very expensive crossing. The thing that we did when we did and I made this presentation numerous times in front of the redevelopment commission, because the same questions were asked several years ago about that. The goal on the implementation on the infrastructure in the bond area was to build infrastructure that was going to generate tax increment. So that there was revenue that paid for the bond.
Right.
And that this was going to be towards the end. And like I said, when we got asked and requested, and frankly required to put 109th Avenue, was part of our last 2 years plan. And we were required to put it in the first 3 years plan. That took away the ability to have the capital to do the 107th Avenue. In addition to, and I gave this presentation, I'm on public record. When we started this bond process, we were in 2019. And I think everybody that's behind me knows that what happened in 2020 with COVID, construction costs just went through the roof. And, you know, our estimates were also based on the 2019 numbers and not the 2022 numbers at that time. So anyway, we are working with the city right now to create a plan to improve 107th Avenue, make that crossing, acquire the land that's needed. You can kind of see the 107th Avenue as a hook that was done 20 years ago when the first original plan of Beacon Hill was done, and the original developer did not have all the property that's currently part of the Beacon Hill all the way out I-65, including the University of Chicago Medicine's campus there. So things have changed, and we're trying to come up with a plan that we can get this implemented in the next few years. I mean, we're not talking a decade. We're looking to try to get this done in the next several years.
So because you put in 109th, you ran out of money to put in 107th?
What ended up happening is the way the bond finance will work is the money that was spent capital-wise needed to have interest payment. It was called capitalized interest. And the capitalized interest budget went way high, which reduced the amount of principal for infrastructure.
So here we are today, and you're still in the same trick bag. You still need development to pay the bonds to install the 107th in there, right?
We have been generating a lot more tax increment. So that's what we're analyzing right now is the revenue source, whether or not we can afford to put, or what we can, not whether, what we can afford to put in.
Because it's really desperately needed to have
Absolutely.
107th put in there, especially now that they close every street every other day. And, you know, you gotta try to figure out how to get around this town.
It's important to the
He said
development. The development wants
frustratingly.
it, and we're going to work with the city to get it done.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Joe?
Do you have an idea what that'll cost to complete 107th Avenue?
We think we're probably around the 2 million, the 2,000,004 range right now.
To go over that ditch and
The issue with going in that ditch, it's got the curve to it, which adds a lot of money on the culvert that we've got to put in. There's also soil borings that have been done, and there's very bad soil conditions. So piles have to be driven to support that culvert and support the road. And so it's a little bit more complicated than just dropping a pipe and putting some stone and pavement on top of it.
I'll add that the culvert that was designed there originally, it's like a 19-foot span arch structure, probably 5 or 6 feet tall as well. So it's I mean, once you get it to 20 feet, it's a bridge, you know, so this is a big culvert. That crossing.
I'll just add, you gotta put that in
that would think.
to get that hotel in there. I don't know how they're gonna get around there and back and through there. You know, we need more roads built. And in order to do that, to move people around this town or the city, gotta be in.
I have a question. Who's going to maintain the pond now that it's going to be its own outlot? Is that?
Right now, the pond is in an outlot that is currently owned by the Park Place of Beacon Hill Property Owner Association. We're combining the pond outlot with the new hotel lot, and it will become part of the hotel property. And the hotel will be the one managing the maintenance of it.
They'll be the owner.
What's that?
They'll be the owner of the pond.
That's
Of the
correct.
pond? Okay.
What we're trying to do, and Dan, we've listened to you a lot of years, we're trying to eliminate common ponds and where we can, put common drainage easements over the real estate so they don't go to tax sale. They stay with the real estate.
It's always the goal.
Hotel.
It's always the goal.
Okay, thank you.
So Jeff, is the thought on 107th, basically, you know, taking the road out, the curb out, everything back to the entrance of the assisted living, where it kind of starts to make that curve and then straighten it out from that
That's
point
exactly right.
forward?
Yeah, that's exactly. It will be one straight road. You can see 107th Avenue pointed in that direction, and we will continue that over the ditch to get to the tangent point of 107th on the west side of the ditch. And the curbs and the storm sewers have all been installed on the east side of the ditch, so we just got to cross it and then put curbs and storm sewers on the west side of the ditch, and then pave it.
Yeah, I kind of want to go along with Dan. I think the bridge is extremely important. And not only do you have the soil and everything else, you guys know I look at GIS all along there, and especially where the bridge goes across is FEMA D-firm.
Right.
And that's in the high, not the highest, but those are all purple and blue, and that's high chance for extreme flooding.
Sure, there's floodplain and floodway, and we've got to pass both of those through this.
Yep, and that's just gonna up your cost as well. But what I'd like to throw out is, I'd like to see, if not in conjunction with, but in close proximity with the building of, in time-wise anyway, close.
And that's what we want, that's what we want to do. And quite frankly, the new increment for the new hotel is going to help us create the revenue to support it.
Right.
So we need your cooperation to help us get there.
Yeah.
So, you know, when we come back for the secondary plat, if you were to approve it tonight, we will have that written plan that will be accepted by, you know, whatever organization in the city. I don't know if it's the Board of Works or the mayor's office or redevelopment commission, but we'll have some document that has been written and we'll have been adopted.
That's great, Jeff. And don't get me wrong, I want to see this happen. But I do feel 107 is really.
We do, as developers, we do too.
Well, Rich, you're the only guy that hasn't spoke, huh?
You guys did it for me. You guys asked the right questions,
I
so.
would just like to say, thank goodness you're putting another hotel in because Mr. O'Haley has another notch on his
What's
walking stick.
it's the cities that have creating this, you know, the environment for new businesses and the sportsplex drives a lot of the business.
I really appreciate it. I made a statement a couple of years ago and I was totally wrong, and Mr. O'Haley reminds me on a consistent basis.
I'm still collecting on it.
Yes, yes, it's, oh, and I'm not wrong often. Wow, did I miss that one?
That was a doozy.
All right, that being said, this is a public hearing. Anybody who would like to come forward, state your name and address for the record and state your question or opinion. Anybody online? There's not.
Got knocked off.
Oh,
All right, well,
Uh-oh.
once, twice, 3 times, we're gonna close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. Questions, comments, motions? Mr. O'Haley, you might as well make the motion of record because,
I think I should.
yes, I think.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve petition primary plat 26-13 as all requirements of the primary plat of the city of Crown Point have been met.
We have a second.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, call a roll, please.
Dan O'Haley,
Yes,
Joe
but this,
Sanders,
but we're gonna talk to you a lot more at the secondary, so. Don't think it's gonna be this easy next time.
We need to get the pond figured out.
You get the road figured.
And the road.
Joe Sanders,
Yes.
Chad Jeffries,
Yes.
Mike Conklin.
Yes.
Rich Day,
Yes,
Laura Sauer,
Yes,
John Marshall.
Yes. All right, been approved. 7-0.
Thank you, Planning Commission.
All right. New business 2614, V1 Crown Point LLC petitioner owner requests primary plat. This is a public hearing for 1 lot commercial subdivision, BP Business Park at 1305 East, 101st Avenue.
Mr. Marshall, I would need to recuse myself.
which one is this one?
All right, let the record show that Dan O'Haley has recused himself and has left the
No.
all right, go ahead, state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the Plan Commission. My name is Jim Weezer. My offices are located at 429 West US 30 in Cherville. And I'm an attorney for this particular project. I need to give you a little bit of background and context so you recognize what this project is about and the steps we've already undertaken to get us to this point here at the Plan Commission. In May of 24, we were before you, and as a result of the petition, the property was zoned BP1. Property was rezoned from agricultural to BP1. This is a parcel of property that lies east of I-65 between 101st Avenue and 109th Avenue.
Yeah.
This, at the time, there was a project that was being thought to be available and ready for that. And after a lot of discussion, it did not occur. However, this time it is occurring, and we have an end user. And what I did want to point out is that during, given this kind of a project, we have been in contact with and met with the appropriate agencies in the town to engage in appropriate financing. So we've been before the Economic Development Commission, we've been before the Redevelopment Commission, and we've been before the City Council. The City Council has adopted an ordinance and a development agreement, and I don't want to spend much time going over the whole development agreement, be here forever. But the salient point, I think, for your just knowledge, is that there's an Exhibit C to that document. And that Exhibit C requires the developer, my clients, to install public infrastructure, and the public infrastructure consists of extended roadways, sanitary sewer, water main, and the cost of the gross cost of all that, not including capitalized interest and all that stuff, just the raw cost to do the work is about $7.3 million. And that is going to consist of improving Mississippi Street from 109th to 101st. Well, that'll be north of the creek there, I guess I should say, not quite to 109th, north of the creek. And also the installation of sanitary sewer and water main. So we've progressed that far. So that you know, the purpose of this project is for the construction of a warehouse distribution facility that will be approximately 1.2 million square feet. For those of you that are aware of it or been by it or seen it or heard of it, it's very similar in terms of size to the John Deere project that's been done at I-65 and 2. So that's the game plan. Now, as far as the primary subdivision goes, obviously we're required to do that. This is going to be a one lot. It's going to be a one lot subdivision. I'm remiss, I do this all the time. I just want to introduce real quickly to you. I have Justin Galante from B1, our engineer, and Mike Lunn, our real estate broker. We've obviously met often with the city and negotiated the development agreement and other discussions. We've also, given the fact that 101st Avenue is the jurisdiction of the town of Maryville, took us a little while to find that out, but we found it out. We have met with the town of Maryville as well to show them what the game plan is and how that street, 101st, is going to be accessed to the project. And Bill's probably a lot more familiar with that, our engineer, than I am, other than to say that I know on 101st, the entrance, we've taken the entrance that was going to initially at one time go directly into from 101st to the project. It's now been rerouted, so it's going to come in off of Mississippi. I think everybody, or at least all the folks that looked at it that know more about that than I do, traffic engineers, the town, agree that it's much safer and makes a far better entrance and less congestion on 101st Street. So that's the basis of the request for the primary subdivision. In other words, it's already been properly zoned. It's BP1, and it needs to have obviously subdivision approval so that we can begin to demonstrate exactly what's going to go there. Pretty much what I told you already. It's going to be a rather large warehouse distribution center, and it's properly zoned for it. We need, obviously, to get the primary subdivision approval, which is the reason we're here tonight, in order to begin and then work to secondary, and then ultimately to begin the process of construction. As far as specifics relative to what the interior is going to be like, or the roadway or anything like that, as I said before, we're putting in sewer, sanitary sewer. We're extending the roadway and putting in and we're actually putting in the intersection at 101st and 101st Mississippi. And it's, I don't want to speak on behalf of the town of Maryville. I could just tell you that they were happy with the configuration and the way that it was going to be, 101st was going to be utilized. So for our purposes here tonight, we're looking for the primary subdivision approval. We believe that it meets all of the criteria of your subdivision control ordinance. And we're here to answer any questions you or the public may have relative to the the subdivision approval. And with that, we're happy to begin to respond to questions regarding the design of the project, and pretty much that's it. It's warehouse distribution center.
Okay, well, thank you, sir.
Sure.
Josh?
Sir, petitioner is requesting primary plat approval for a one-lot subdivision located at 1305 East 101st Avenue, at the southwest corner of 101st Avenue and Mississippi Street. Property is zoned AP1 business park. Property is adjacent to I-65 to the west, R1 residential to the east, and agricultural to the south. Approved, the petitioner will be moving forward to seek approval for a proposed large industrial building. The property has received approval for a height variance to exceed 35 feet in height and not to exceed 50 feet. All notices have been properly sent out by certified mail and been published in newspaper. There have been no calls of support or have been numerous calls of demonstration, with the primary complaint being industrial warehouse use near residential. Plans have been reviewed by city staff, and further reviews to happen during the site development process.
Okay, thank you, Josh. Bring it to the board for questions or comments. Guess my biggest question is Mississippi Street, I see see a turnaround,
Roundabout.
cul
Yeah.
set? What's Mississippi
On the
South
south
side,
side,
yeah.
yeah,
So
yes.
that's at your property edge? Is that what?
I believe it is, isn't it, Bill? Very close. Right next, or adjacent to the property edge.
The city's plan is to get Mississippi Street put in. I think we're getting closer, you know. What do we got left? Just the property on Water Drive. Does that connect directly into this?
Well, the problem is the ditch,
The ditch, yeah.
and is that the beaver dam? Is that the beaver dam?
Beaver ditch.
Whatever ditch that is, that's the challenge, and we had numerous discussions with the city and staff regarding extending it. It was going to be extended over. It was decided that, or it was determined, I don't want to say decided, it was determined in all those discussions that at this point in time, given the city's plan and the plan for our development, this was the best alternative. I don't think it's going to be the final alternative, but it's the best alternative.
Can I throw in, John?
Sure, go ahead.
Because I think we had a lot of discussion in the beginning on this too, and extending Mississippi all the way would be the ditch, and then you're right next to the residential. In this case, the way it's built now, truck traffic that'll go to this distribution center will go north to 30 on Mississippi that's already been widened, and the Sanders Farm project is there, no relation, has nothing to do with that. But that's already been widened and made for truck traffic, so all truck traffic will be directed north, back to 30 to get back onto I-65. So I'd love to see Mississippi go all the way down, and then it would have to be restricted truck traffic too, I believe. But Josh answered my question for the height variance, not to exceed 50.
Correct.
The residential to the east, we've had this discussion too, and then I drove through there in the summertime, and that ditch with all the natural vegetation on the ditch and the trees. I mean, there's a natural block of the view of this whole development as well. And I know the developer, I believe, agreed to berms and landscaping, and some of the other projects he's done in Illinois and out here have been he's followed up on that for the most part. So I think it's a good plan.
Well, I would disagree with part of it.
Which part?
I would disagree that the trucks are going north of 30.
They have no other way out.
They come across on 101st, they go down to the Crown Point exit. I got somebody's on Broadway all the time.
But they could come in that way. There's no way we can, I mean, that's a state highway, so there's no way to redirect that, but the smart guys will go Mississippi.
Well, I disagree with you. They're not gonna go Mississippi because Maryville's too congested to get on 65. So they're coming south of Broadway.
I'll disagree with you. It's 4 lanes on Mississippi going north. Their GPS will probably direct, knowing that, because they're gonna deal with truck traffic, knowing that they'll go north. It's easier to go north to get on the 65 than to go Broadway, especially at 2 o'clock in the afternoon for semis to go up and down that street. That's a whole other subject. So
And you've got two.
You'll get
lanes
them, you'll
for
get the
left.
road guys, I get it, but the smart guys will go north.
I still disagree with you.
All right, well, I see your disagreement, I raise it.
So we gotta get Mississippi connected. A cul-de-sac ain't got-
Yeah, but if you look at Mississippi going all the way down to 109th, which I agree with, that is right next to residential, and you're gonna be directing heavy truck traffic right there by that, unless Mississippi,
Well, I mean,
you swing it out to the,
I'm not, I agree, but, you know, I mean, we can make them go north, we can make them do a left turn only out of that park, but for the conductivity of Crown Point, Mississippi Street needs to be.
I agree with that. I'd love to see it. And if you had a couple million extra to help them with 107th, that'd be great too.
Well, you know,
See,
I mean, these guys aren't putting these projects in because they're a charitable operation,
Absolutely.
nonprofit. So,
Capitalism.
you know, I think we gotta figure out how to get Mississippi Street.
Well, and to Jim's point, and it was a couple of nights ago when I looked, there is a sliver of somebody else's property if you were to go straight. You don't own the property, so that's, you know,
They don't own this.
if we could get your guys, you know, assurance that you'd go along, that would be phenomenal, but that doesn't help us with the neighboring property, that we'd have to get property from them to be able to take it all the way down. And then we could control the truck traffic from there then, you know? The only other thing I had is on lot 5 and on lot 4, kind of in the southeast ends, you have some wetland or pond or whatever. You know, when you come back, I just would want to know how you're protecting those, what you're doing about those. Okay, that doesn't concern me tonight, but
yeah, and you're right about that.
I saw that, yeah.
All right, anybody else, any other questions or comments? Yeah.
I mean, I think our discussion the last time, we sort of talked about a warehouse building on that property. We had a lengthy discussion about what was the outcome of our traffic heading south to tie into 109th. And there was, I mean, if memory serves me right, there was 3 or 4 different ideas about the way that we divert them. Is there, if they come out and turn south anyway, was there gonna be a way for us to get them swung back around? Head them to the north was, I think at one point we'd thrown out something about a height restriction, so you couldn't get a semi under it, which probably isn't a great idea, but I think it got thrown out there. So this topic has been going on, you know, and I don't know if Venture One owns, you know, up to Beaver Dam, you know, like right at the edge of Beaver Dam, and the property, you know, I don't know where that split is. So if eventually that road has to come through and we need some sort of joint venture out of it, if both parties are involved, I mean, I think that's a discussion probably when we get away from this initial primary.
Okay, anybody else? Laura? My thing is they're here right now and they're willing to make a deal right now. We approved this with a cul-de-sac. That's it. The city's putting the road. I mean, the deal's right now. So, I mean, we need to put Mississippi Street in, and we need to need the petitioner to participate. I mean, that's the best way to say it.
Well, they
Isn't
can't,
that gonna be on the, whoever owns the property to the south?
Well, yeah, they talked about when War Horse Industries or whatever on that, they talked about.
I mean, that would be part of their cost structure, right?
Well, yeah, but we gotta get it to the property line, we gotta get it over the ditch.
I mean, the question is then, where's the property line in? We're
yeah,
saying
do you
the
go beyond the
cul-de-sac.
ditch, Jim?
No, I don't wanna say that. No, I don't wanna say that.
Well, we had this-
No,
we had
we're
this same
short, we're
discussion.
north of the ditch.
We had the same discussion when, what's the subdivision south? They didn't wanna
So we got a
cross, they didn't wanna
section
cross Mississippi.
Between the two.
We had the whole battle about it. I mean, it ended up being,
That's
we
what we're
put like
talking
$1 million in that road to get that road in. I can't think what the.
Oh, Edgewater?
No,
about.
not
But
Edgewater.
if they're not going all the way.
Oh,
to their
Lennar's
property,
new
they're
one.
going all the way to their property.
Yeah,
line, right?
what
So
is
they
it
can't
called?
go any further,
Heritage
right?
or something? I can't even think what it is.
So they're taking this Mississippi to the ditch. to their property.
Which is
line.
your
Right, that's
property
our-
line,
that's
right?
our property line. We can't go beyond our
No,
property.
it's fine. I just wanna make sure that.
And they're making it a,
It-
like you
it
said, a
looks
cul-de-sac,
It looks
but-
like the cul-de-sac's not at the ditch. It looks like it's up on your property. On this, to me.
Would you agree if
You
they
don't wanna
put
put
some
it-
Part of it was
language?
For the safety reason that we talked about, to get the truck traffic to go to the north and not to the south.
I agree that truck traffic is gonna be a problem, but not connecting the road is a bigger problem. We need to come to some kind of a deal here so that we connect the city.
I think what's in front of us is what they're petitioning for.
Yeah, how can we do that?
So
Here, right
that's,
now.
yeah, but they're going to the property line. I don't know what else we could.
Yeah,
We can't go beyond our,
Build a
we can't go
bridge
beyond our
halfway over the
property line.
ditch.
Well, I
It wouldn't
mean, do they own half the ditch? Who owns the ditch?
No,
county.
the county, it's a regulated drain. It's a county regulated drain.
Well, when we put the subdivision into the south of the Shell station there, they had to participate. They didn't own the ditch either, but they participated in putting that bridge in to connect Mississippi.
But did they own the property on
No.
either side of the ditch?
They owned it halfway through the ditch. That's why
And
I'm
we, and
wondering.
we don't. It's a county regulated drain. It's
somebody
75
does.
feet easement on each side. We don't own it.
I'm just asking. I don't.
so we
I don't
think
want-
that
I don't
the
want- I
owners
don't
of the
wanna hear-
south property own all the way through the ditch? Is that what we're saying?
There was a weird deal there.
There's no ditch on the south side though, where you're talking. All the way down to 113th, there's no ditch. There's the dig out pond that is right next to the highway in 109th, but Mississippi goes and curves around away
There's a
from that and
ditch,
goes down to
there's a
113th.
ditch, There's a ditch there because south of that, on Mississippi South, it connects Edgewater with that other subdivision.
Here,
There's a
John,
ditch there.
John, let me show you. I got GIS right here.
I disagree.
Sorry. If you guys wanna let the road go, it's fine.
This is a little
Yeah, this
sliver of
is-
property right
This is
here.
Warhol. right
Okay.
here. That's,
No, their property line is right here. Okay,
okay,
okay.
where's the roundabout?
Right
Their
there.
roundabout is right up here. And so we'd have to deal with the owner of this property, which is,
Put a road over this.
which
ditch.
is right there. It's a different, but maybe would you guys be willing to put some language on a plat saying, should the city be, or something be able to work out with the adjacent property owner, you'd be willing to take Mississippi down to the end of your property line?
Well, we pretty much are.
Yeah, they are at the
We're
end.
taking it to the end of our property line.
Well, you're making a roundabout, or you're
A
making
cul-de-sac.
a cul-de-sac to take away the cul-de-sac and take it so that it could be extended further
To
south.
make it one lot.
You know what I'm saying?
So are you talking not putting a cul-de-sac in?
No,
No, no, no.
the cul-de-sac's essential.
Yeah,
for-
I'm just trying to see where he's
Go
going.
ahead.
It's essential. It's gotta be there.
If I may, so what we can do, we can work with the petitioner to have all of this buttoned up even further come secondary. But one of the things we can do is still allow the cul-de-sac temporarily and show right of way all the way to the ditch, so that way it would show the future connection to Mississippi Street.
Great, that's all I'm asking.
You got it, sir.
You know, I mean,
Okay.
I'm happy to see you put it in because we're dealing with all the truck traffic out of Crown Maryville right now, even though Joe doesn't say it's going there. And, I mean, at least we ought to get some tax money to put up with more truck traffic, so. That's all I'm saying. Mississippi needs to go in, because we've connected, Mississippi's been our project for the last 20 years here, probably. Put Mississippi in. We're working on getting it in behind the hospital right now, so.
John, I think that triangle piece that Mike is showing you there, if you remember back a couple of years ago, I think that was actually owned
Right.
by the Edgewater HOA and then was purchased by that property owner
Right.
that was there.
They had a deal to buy it. to
Yeah.
connect it with.
I think they. I
But they
think
went broke. That's why I'm asking the question.
But somebody else purchased that property since, I
Yes.
believe.
All right, any other questions? Comments? All right, this is a public hearing. If anybody in the audience would like to come forward, state your question or opinion on 2614. Anybody online? Anybody in the audience? Once, twice, three times, we're gonna close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. Any additional questions, comments, or motions?
I'll make a motion to approve petition PC 26-14 as it meets all of the city of Crown Point's requirements for a primary plat.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second for approval. Further discussion? Seeing none, call the roll, please.
Joe Sanders.
Yes.
Chad Jeffers.
Yes.
Mike Conquest.
Yes.
Rich Day.
Yes.
Laura Sauerman.
Yes.
John Marshall.
Yes. Approved 7-0. I think it's a terrific project for Crown Point.
Yeah.
I don't want to be here in 3 years from now if I'm still alive and somebody gets up and says, you know, you guys can connect to Mississippi Street, it would have been a lot better.
But when the trucks drive through that Mississippi and the residential area, you're gonna regret that. We're gonna have to redirect that road.
We could make that part
You need
no
one stop
trucks.
in 4 hours. Give me a badge and a cop car.
Remember
All right,
that? On this
thanks. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Let the record show that Mr. O'Haley has rejoined the plan commission.
Finally, finally.
All right, go ahead, Josh.
If I may, petition 15 and 16, my recommendation would be. to group them together.
I think that's a good recommendation. I believe that's why a lot of things.
Look at this. Nice little
Okay,
handouts
next time in
tonight.
new business is 2515. I'm gonna read both of these. These are two similar projects by the same, I think they're next to each other. So we're gonna read them both into the record and we're gonna discuss both of them at the same time, but we're gonna vote on them separately. It's suggested by staff. So 2615, Lennar Homes of Indiana petitioner Myers, Donald L. and Diane E. owner requested to change its zone. This is a public hearing. Purpose is R1A residential to R2 residential. Location is 13209 Delaware Street. Next one is 26-16 Lennar Homes of Indiana petitioner Cecil F. Willie Land Trust owner. Requested to change the zone. This is a public hearing. Purpose is R1A residential to R2 residential at 13232 Delaware Street. State your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, fellow planning commission members. For the record, of those that may not know me, my name is Todd Clevin, KLE. He is in Victor, EN. I'm the Vice President of Land for Lennar Homes. Our offices reside at 1700 East Gulf Road, Schaumburg, Illinois, Suite 1100. And I am a personal resident of Crown Point, Indiana, residing at 250 East 123rd Place, Crown Point. With me this evening, I have Luke Fricky, our land entitlements manager. We have Andre Atami, our land acquisition manager. And we have our legal attorney here, Jim Weezer. I just wanted to open up a petition and we'll have Mr. Weezer come up here and speak to the legalities of the project. We were in front of you and your staff several times on this project. We were successful receiving a favorable recommendation from this body to the city council, in which we received the full annexation of the 111 acres of the subject property. During those meetings, our vision for the property changed substantially due to your direction, vision for the growth of your city. And we listened to everything. I believe that we have accommodated all those requests. At the staff level, when we unveiled the concept plan, we had smaller homes, higher density. When we brought it to this body, at that time, I was seeking 75-foot wide home sites, also known as lots. Since then, and we've also required variances. Since then, we made the decision that we're just gonna seek the rezone to R2, meet your request. We've heard you loud and clear. We wanna work together. We're not gonna ask for any variances, and we're gonna just move forward with 80-foot wide home sites. The reason for the two petitions, and thank you, Josh, for bringing that up, I was gonna make the same request. We have two separate property owners. Everything that you see on the board in front of you right now that is in the colors is 100% annexed in. However, the two properties in green, we are not seeking the rezone on. So we annexed everything in, but we're only rezoning what you see in that light blue. The two green rectangles are owners of the property. The one on the northern portion is selling us the back portion, roughly 11 acres, it's shown in red. And the individual who lives on this one here is one of the many owners of the large parcel, 100 acres. It's shown in blue. We did annex them in just so we were contiguous and help improve Delaware Street when we do move forward with our improvements. This project in front of you this evening is strictly for a rezone. I'm well prepared to get into the weeds and answer any questions that you may have pursuant to the engineering, pursuant to the product that we're building there. But again, we're here specifically for the rezone. I'd like to call Mr. Weezer up, have him go through the legalities of the findings and facts, again pursuant just to the rezone. But I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. I'm prepared to show you the product that we have and also discuss the actual layout of the community. In a nutshell, we're proposing 3 products. On the east side, again, they're 80-foot home sites. We're going to have a home proposed in the mid to low 400s. In the middle of the project, we're going to move that up, step that up square footage wise, and probably be north of 500. And on the western side of the project, which we're calling the larger estate home sites, we're going to be building our largest product and probably incorporate 4-car garages, just to have that differentiation going between all 3 components. But again, I'd like to request that Mr. Weezer come up right now and go through the findings of facts.
Attorney Jim Weezer, same address as before. I asked, Eric, Todd and I had talked about how we wanted to present this and handle it that made it most logical. And so it was, we wanted to make sure that Todd gave you a little bit of the history and a little bit of the background of it, so you understood that. I want to just follow up real quickly with that, then I'll go right into the purpose for our being here and what our obligation is to satisfy you relative to the request for rezoning the property to R2. We have been in front of the city for some time now relative to the annexation of what Todd just showed you over there, the parcels of property that were ultimately annexed. During that annexation, as I know you are all aware, one of the matters that needs to be addressed and completed to the satisfaction of the legislative body, the city council, is a fiscal plan. And in that regard, a fiscal plan was done studying the ability under the annexation statutes to determine whether or not it was appropriate and whether or not and I'm simplifying obviously, but whether or not the city had the wherewithal, had the ability to handle the increase of residential parcels of property. And this is a total, complete, single-family residential development of, you may have said it, Todd, 173 or 4, is it? Or is it more than that? 172, I'm sorry, 172. So the city engaged in that fiscal plan and used your consultant, FSG, that's well-versed and very knowledgeable in the area of fiscal plans. They came back with a plan that was favorable, acknowledging that services, both capital services and services such as police and fire, things of that nature could in fact and would in fact be sufficient enough to permit the annexation of the parcels of property that we have here. I bring that up for at least one, maybe a couple of reasons, because under Indiana law and under your ordinances adopted pursuant to Indiana law, our obligation in a rezone is to try to address and adhere to the 5 statutory criteria. And that 5 statutory criteria is actually pretty well addressed in the fiscal plan, or much of it is. So the 5 statutory criteria is what we're proposing consistent with the comprehensive plan. Well, it not only is it consistent with the comprehensive plan, it was dictated by the annexation ordinance. So the city, prior to coming to this body, legislative body, determined that it was appropriately annexed for the purpose of being residential. It was annexed as residential property. We of course have to change that zoning because it's annexed as R1A, and we're proposed to come in at R2. So that determination was somewhat met. I mean, by the fiscal plan. I'm not saying completely met by the fiscal plan, but if you look at your comprehensive plan as well as the fiscal plan, even your comprehensive plan in those areas that are in the community and adjacent indicates that it should be residential property. It's bordered primarily by residential property and or agricultural property. There's some vacant property there that borders it. And I did want to say, so you're aware, the annexation ordinance was finalized and recorded at the recorder's office in April of this year. So just to allay any fears or suspicions, you do have jurisdiction. You do have jurisdiction over the property. It now has been as officially in the community. Acting on that, we came here and are here for the purpose of seeking your recommendation for a approval of the rezoning. So this is a little different than when I was up here before with B1 and we were talking about a primary subdivision. The criteria that we have to satisfy was, as I just stated, the comprehensive plan, which I believe we've clearly demonstrated that, if not for any other reason, by the annexation itself that brings it in as residential. So the legislative body of this community said we think it should be brought in and we think it should be residential, but we've got to go to the plan commission to ensure that they review it so that it meets all of the criteria, because that's obviously, as you guys know, your job, and you do it well, and that's why we're here. Now, the other items in there is the current conditions and the character of the current structures in the district. And clearly, the district, there's no commercial to speak of. There's no industrial. It's residential. It's residential property, and it is consistent with what currently exists there, which isn't all that much, but there's some there. And there are residential developments. There are some subdivisions in close proximity to this. And we think that it fits in correctly. Then it talks about the most desirable purpose for which the land is to be used. And again, that was an issue that was addressed by the fiscal plan and recommended that that is the most desirable use for it, the fiscal plan that was adopted. The conservation of property values, and then orderly, and then the last criteria is responsible development and growth. In that part of the county and in that area that was annexed, that we've annexed, it clearly is orderly and proper development and growth to continue in that area to have developed residential subdivisions, so long as those residential subdivisions meet your criteria when we're back here then asking for a subdivision and seeking subdivision approval. I agree. Then those issues that come up, the issues of public improvements inside that, and all of the things that you have to consider in your subdivision control ordinance and that are laid out in your subdivision control ordinance, we have to satisfy. But at this point in time, we need to demonstrate, and it's important. I'm not just saying, oh, this is all we have to do. I'm saying this is very important that we satisfy the requirement or at least address, and the statute says pay reasonable regard, but pay reasonable regard to the requirements that I've just laid out for you, the 5 requirements. And especially in light of the city having looked at this very carefully in their master planning and in their growth and in their determination as to what makes sound, orderly, responsible growth, has said, yes, we want to annex that. We think it makes sense for that to be in our community. The fiscal plan says we can handle it. We've got the wherewithal to be able to do that. And it's residential and it's a single family. And then once, if you determine that and you make the recommendation to the council, and then they come back, then obviously we'll be back in front of you for subdivision approval. And then we'll be talking about, you know, stormwater development and access to the sanitary and roadways and all the things that are part of public infrastructure that makes for a very solid, attractive, and good residential development. So for those reasons, that's why we're here tonight, and that's why we think and hope that a favorable recommendation would be made, because it satisfies the zoning criteria. And I just try to make it clear because there may be some issue, or there may be some members of the public that want to comment on this. They may be in favor, maybe opposed, but want them to know that this is the first bite of the apple here. We're going to have to be back in front of you for primary subdivision approval. We're then going to have to be back in front of you for site plan approval. And then that's when we get into the real nitty gritty of the technicalities of the development of the subdivision. But right now, we're talking about, is this land under all of the parameters that I've just laid out to you? Does it make sense? Is it appropriate? Is it reasonable that this should be developed as residential? And the answer is unquestionably yes. So for all those reasons, and if Todd may want to talk, make some comments about the subdivision itself, you may or may not, but that's the criteria by which we're governed tonight, and that's how we're responding. But of course, we'll answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you, Jim. In closing, Mr. President, I just want to go over a few things, because I'm sure when this goes to public comment, you're going to hear a lot of remonstration pursuant to the housing community, the project, and wetlands. And if you could turn and look at the screen, you can see we're preserving well over, I think, 30% of all the woods, the wetlands. We're not impacting it except for one little crossing there on the far west side. We preserve a buffer on the north side and the south side. Again, we've listened to your comments. We're not asking for any variances. We're proposing 80-foot wide lots. The community that was just opened up within the last year and a half by Altoff Homes to the north of us, their lots measure 75 feet in width, and they also have multifamily. We're proposing a 100% single family development. We're proposing to take on the burden of all the utility extensions to the property, the burden of the improvements to Delaware. We're not asking the municipality for cooperation or assistance in anything. This is purely a developer investment. And I believe that's all I have. Again, I'll be in the audience to answer any questions that you may have, but at this time, I know you have a long agenda ahead of you. I'll take a seat, let you open up the public comment unless you have any questions at this time.
No, we'll let Josh give his staff report and then we'll go from there.
Thank you.
You point out where 137th Street is.
Mr. President, do you want to address that, or?
We're gonna do that in public hearing, okay? Give us 1 second, we'll address your question. Or if you could help him, Todd, that'd be great, so that he's ready with his question on public comment. Go ahead, Josh.
Lennar Homes of Indiana is requesting a change of zone for an area both sides of Delaware Street, south of 120. Current zoning for the property is R1A residential, with a proposed change going to R2 residential. Property is surrounded by R1 to the north and unincorporated residential to the west and south, with I-65 on the east. Going from R1A to R2 residential would mean a reduction of lot sizes from 15,000 square feet 7,200 square feet, and a lot width reduction from 100 feet to 80. In working with the petitioner, the stance was that any new development would need to meet the lot sizes of what's adjacent to them or be larger. All notices have been properly sent out by certified mail. Notice has been published in the newspaper. The planning department has received no calls of support, but numerous calls of remonstration. I've actually got a stack of those here that I can pass out to the planning commission. In summary, this one here, actually did the best job of summarizing the feelings of every one of these demonstrations. Their concerns are increased traffic, property values, loss of rural and natural character, compatibility with existing area, and then something else also added additional light and noise pollution, and yeah. So went down of these, but I've got copies for everybody tonight.
Okay, thank you, Josh, for bringing it to the board. I have a question for you. Actually, two questions. We're gonna make 80 by, I'm looking at your list here. We're making 80 by 125 lots. Why are we going for R2 instead of R1?
Because I believe R1 is 15,000 square feet. Or 10,000. And we are also 10,000.
I thought
80 by 125 comes out to 10,000.
Does.
I thought you just said
R1
R1
is
is
15,000.
15,000.
R1A, you guys are R1A right now.
Yes,
That one's 15,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, it's also required with concern to the square footage of the homes. It's related to the homes, the side yards, and
So what?
just works there with the
Two is
R2.
steep. They're still needing feet. They're not as steep.
Josh, can you explain what the advantage for this petitioner is from R1 to R2 or R2 to R,
They're R1A now, correct?
Correct, they are
Which is
R-
15,000 square foot lots.
100 foot.
They're going to R2, which is 10,000.
I think what it's
No, it's
based on though is
7,200.
you've got a two-story.
They have it written here.
R2 with living space square footage on the first floor is a more reduced than what an R1 is. Still 22, 2,400, 2,600 square foot homes. It's just that, am I right on that, Josh?
Yeah, so in an R1, the minimum floor area square foot for a single family 1-story is 1,300 square feet, and an R2 is 960 square feet. We actually go with a smaller size house.
Are you proposing 80 by 125 foot lots? That's 10,000 square feet per lot.
Actually, at the building line, so I think some of our home sites at the, on the pie-shaped ones, we have 80 feet. at the
Yeah,
building
they
line.
average it.
So do you have
Because
any
Josh, in
idea-
your notes, it says 72 or 7,200,
Because that's
a minimum.
R2, yes, that's the
Minimum.
minimum.
Yes, right.
What is your setback in R1?
Side setbacks is 5 foot on one side, 10 foot on the other.
Front yard?
Front yard is, yes,
So what's the setbacks in R2?
32, and side setback of 5 feet on one side, 10 feet on the other, if the structure does not have an attached garage. Otherwise, it's just 5 foot.
So what is the advantage of R2?
Good question.
Size of the house.
Ricky, 937 New York Road Drive, Crown Point, Indiana. The main advantage to the R2 for our products fit was the setbacks, corner setbacks as well, so that we can get the correct amount of ground floor area for the home onto the same size on an 80-foot lot.
How many corner lots you got?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
30 at a quick glance.
You got 30 corner lots in there?
Yeah, yeah.
I just,
Yeah.
I don't see the advantage. I'm trying to figure it out. The advantage I see is that you got 80 by 90 foot lots now. If we approve R2 or make a recommendation, then you could just rewrite this thing and put more houses.
Well, I think when we discussed this last time, Tom, I think when we were all having the back and forth, I think we were, and Joe, you might be able to speak on this. We were figuring out a way that when you guys said, okay, we're gonna come in and do R2, but we're gonna make these commitments, right? We're gonna
It was
do,
R3 with a commitment of 75 feet. And then I watched what went on with other petitions and I said, I'm reading you loud and clear. I thought I was cooperating with you by coming back with 80 foot lots and.
I think
Not
you
ask for
are.
a variance.
yes, and I think in that discussion was that we were gonna put some sort of document, right, that went with that R2 designation that said that the petitioner is, and we get pie-shaped lots, right, are not gonna come out like that. But the petitioner is gonna make a zoning commitment to these size
You're
lots.
asking me to commit to this zoning change and make a commitment to it, that they will not be less than 80 feet at the building line. I have no problem committing to that.
But you won't commit to the 125?
125 in depth?
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as we're 125 deep across the board.
Yeah, and I think we've got, for the estate lots, we were at 100 by 200, correct?
I don't have the exact distance here. These might be.
I'm just going off.
Probably a little bit shorter.
80 by 100. 80 by 100.
Minimum, yeah.
Exactly.
He's saying 25.
You can make it. 100's a minimum.
Can they make a
And-
commitment that this is what they're gonna, what they showed us is what they're gonna build? Yeah.
But a majority of lots are gonna fall within.
I mean, basically, you're making a commitment
He's got a
that
few, they're gonna fall.
what you're showing us is what you're gonna build.
Those 20.
And whether it's R3, R1, whatever, this is what you're gonna build. And he's on record.
Well, my thing is, why would we do R2 with a commitment when we could just do R1? It's locked in. Because he's proposing an R1 subdivision. Why are we doing R2 with a commitment?
Because he said, because of some setbacks.
And the housing side, I believe. You work with Josh on this. Josh, you have anything else? Decision point with R2. Again, it was originally R3 and then we said, well, we can actually do this with R2.
Correct. And that was the only other conversation we had.
It's also the corner lots are the same size as on our typicals up here. So those typicals actually match what the R2 corner setbacks require.
Okay, well, we'll come back to it. I'm sure there's other questions from members, so I just been looking for a reason. If I don't know that I understand it.
Yeah, it's just setbacks because R1 is 5 and 10.
And R2 is
5 and 5 is an aggregate of 10.
About Josh, you
Some
just
of
said
our
it was 5
homes,
and 10, right?
the larger
Attached
homes
garage.
with
If it's
4-car
attached
garage
Attached garage.
will probably be
The
could
3-car
be
garage.
4-car. The estate lots, we're gonna propose 4-car garages, and those homes could exceed 60 feet in width.
Okay, well, let's move on. Any other questions or comments from board members? I guess I have another question. So let's go ahead and start. This study that you did, that this is an economic benefit to the city, basically, right? What does that mean? It doesn't cost anybody in Crown Point to the taxpayers that are paying taxes now don't spend any money to have.
That's exactly right. I'd love to get on my soapbox on this topic if I may. So I'll do it rather quickly. The annexation required a fiscal plan. The fiscal plan done by your consultants, which we pay for, I think that was in double digits, maybe just around $20,000. That proves that it does not put a burden on the taxpayer and that there's actually a surplus here. So what I like to talk about, going on my 31st year of developing subdivisions, and I actually live in one that's going on 25 years old. I have not seen any money go into that community that I live in. It's over 25 years old. It's still the same asphalt. It's the same curbs. Only thing I've ever seen was fire hydrant flushing and obviously emergency services. That's a great thing for the city because you've been collecting all that tax revenue and you're able to take that tax money and you're able to put it elsewhere. And I think you've done a great job with that. I've seen a lot of curbs go in older communities. I've seen a lot of upgrades in older communities. So the city's actually benefiting from the tax dollars, not to mention the building permits. I think the building permit amount that's going to be generated out here is well over $1.5 million. And then also when it comes down to the utilities, we're putting the utilities in, we're extending them down Delaware. So all that stuff is coming out of the developer's pocket, not the city, and you're continuing to grow. Why does municipality want to grow? It's no different than being on a fixed income at home with inflation. But the city stops growing, look around your adjacent communities, the ones that have stopped growing, you see the burden that they have. The money that the rooftops bring in and the people that it brings in, it allows the commercial component to grow as well. And I think that the city council, city staff, and city planning commission do a great job managing all that. Again, I originally would love to come in here with narrow streets, higher density, multifamily. The property came for sale. People have the right to sell their property and people have the right to develop the property.
I agree with you. What is the, you said it was a plus, how much is it?
The surplus in the fiscal plan, ooh, I don't know if I have it. We can get that to you. Definitely have it on file because that was submitted.
And then I
Greg
thought that,
Veritas
you know,
spoke
I
to that.
mean, the curbs and sidewalks going to old communities, I could come to the Board of Works meeting, that's usually a federal grant. And they have to put them in an economically depressed area, which is usually the other city, so. That's the sidewalks I've seen for them. To be honest with you. But, all right. I just think that 10 years from now, that subdivision should be a benefit to the city. Like we all residents now are all benefits to the city. We pay our taxes, we expect the snow plow, the parks cleaned, the trees cut down, whatever, we expect the cop to show up when we need to go. So, we don't want to pay to have you come live here. We want you to contribute what we're contributing. And I never hear what that is. I always hear it's an economic benefit to the city, but nobody ever tells me what it is.
So if you take, 172 homes, just figure an assessed value of, let's just say $500,000, 1% tax with the other fees, 1.2, you're going to be getting, not you, the tax bill is going to be around $6,500 a home, maybe a little less. And then whatever portion the city gets out of it, I'm guessing you probably get 20% of that. So let's just say it's $2,000. So what is 2,000 times 172 a year? We project to have this completed in less than 5 years. So we'll look down the tax roll rather quick.
And we see those fiscal plans at the council level, and I mean, it gets down into, the system development charges, the tap fees. I mean, all of that stuff starts getting, where we hear a lot, new development should be paying for sewer, water. The new development does. They all, every one of them, they bring their own utilities down. They pay for their tap fees. They pay for their system development charges. So all of that stuff is factored into making sure that it's not a burden on existing residents for the new development to come in.
Right. So the building permits alone equate to 2.6 million. And that's usually going to be about 3 years because obviously we're going to put permits ahead of time. It takes us 5 years to build out a community. I would say all permits will be pulled within 3 or 4 years. So 2.6 million just right there in zoning permits. And not to mention the improvement of Delaware Street in front of both parcels.
So what are the plans for improvement of Delaware Street?
Well, that'll come up with engineering and staff comments, but if it follows what was asked upon on the other communities, it'll be widening with curb and gutter, storm sewer.
Things that are on my mind. Anybody else have any questions or comments for this petitioner? We'll let you.
I'm not even gonna go there.
All right, then we're gonna open it up to the public. This is a public hearing. We're gonna have a public hearing on, we're gonna do these two petitions together because they're similar petitioner. So come forward, state your name and address for the record and tell us what you think.
Hi, I'm Jamie Lees. I live at 174 East 137th. And actually, there's Lucille White who is on Zoom. She is an adjacent property owner. I don't know, she was trying to speak. I wanted to speak for her.
Unfortunately, just.
Lost it all. Okay, so one of the things is the notice that was sent, one of the parcel numbers, parcel 7, she owns. So I'm not sure where the numbers for the parcels came from, but she went through with her lawyer and everything, and I know she emailed Mr. Watson. She called twice today to let you know that one of the parcel numbers in here, she actually still currently owns. So I think a lot of this conversation, at least for that, probably should be kind of on hold until that is clarified, because the notice of public, she took it to her lawyer, she took it to her trust, and she double checked that the lot parcel 7 is still under her trust name. So I just wanted to bring that up before. I do have other things to say, but that might be enough to.
Okay. You have any other?
I live.
The addresses are supposed to be certified by the township.
It's just on the notice of what they're saying is rezoning. They're saying they're rezoning per parcel.
Okay.
So that's one of the issues.
Well, Mr. Irac's our attorney, and you know, we'll check that out.
I know she said she called like 3 times today because her flight got changed. She was supposed to be in by 4 o'clock, and clearly that didn't. But I live on 137th. I have 5 acres. Most of us have an average, I would say, at least 2 acres or more. We live there because we want the country life. We do not want subdivisions behind us. We live where we live. We understand that there's growth. I went and I did some research. You guys are putting 5,000 houses, new developments into Crown Point. It doesn't need to be everywhere. I don't understand why we can't have areas where if you don't want to live right next to your neighbor, you don't have to. We're taking away the option of the country and the city, and we're making it just all city. I teach in Crown Point. I teach at Taft Middle School. I can tell you that we're busting at the gills already with students, and I know with 5,000 more homes, that's going to bring how many more children? I know that our roads, we can't get anywhere. You guys have spoken on that about 3 or 4 times today, about being able to get down Broadway, down Delaware, down 109th, down 231. 231 in Iowa is a nightmare. I mean, it's just something where adding more people, I understand we have to develop, but it's something about can we put it where places that make more sense. I spoke at the last council meeting talking about the tearing down the trees. There's wetland delineation back there. We're concerned about the water runoff changes. I understand they want to preserve trees and forests and make it, but the minute you dig up that land, you have changed the habitat. I've been a science teacher. I'm a Science Olympia coach. Like, understanding the ecosystem and the environmental impact of this. We have owls, we have hawks, we have turkeys, there's salamanders back there. The minute you start digging it up, and even if you try to put it back, it's never going to be the same. And I understand these are gonna be manicured grass, this is gonna be manicured areas where we're going to have pesticides. Right now, most of us do not do any of that in our areas because we want the country. We want the wildlife. So this is completely taking away the entire reason we moved where we did. I understand we can't go back and say to take away the development, but we can ask that it doesn't become such a big inconvenience. Going from an R1 to an R2 could double the amount of homes. Going from 172, and I guess they said that they're gonna stand on their word, but I don't believe that because we've seen constant development after constant development. And I understand it's a money concern, but we need to be talking about all the other concerns. The idea of our value of our house, the value of our time, getting from one place in town to another. Nobody wants to go anywhere or spend their money here if it's taking them forever to get from one end of town to another. Like, we've got to be thinking about the entire idea of what Crown Point means. And it means to be able to have the city, the subdivision, that's great. But to then offer the outside, the country, we're taking all of that away with all of this development. Thank you.
Anybody else in the public like to come forward?
I'm Marion Tribula. I was a practicing physician until about 5 years ago when I retired. practiced for 25, 30 years in this area. So I have all sorts of comments about development that you'll have if you get a medical school. You'll have a lot of development. You'll be talking about multi-level housing, like skyscraper type things, because that'll be needed. From the time I entered medical school to the time I was in independent practice was 10 years. And so these people are professionals, they're hardworking, they make more money than the average because they work double the amount of time that the average person will work. And they'll want something very convenient to the hospital, because when emergencies happen, they have to go in and they don't want to be driving for a half hour or 2 hours. And many hospitals have requirements. You have to get there within 30 minutes. That's another issue. On this, I'm not clear where this is exactly, because all it has labeled is Delaware Street. It doesn't have any of the north-south streets. Is this area here, Wingate subdivision?
No,
No.
you're at about 132nd in Delaware,
137.
south, off the picture.
So how far south is?
5 blocks, 6 blocks.
132nd up at the top. What's that? Oh, 130.
132nd up at the top.
That's not correct.
137.
129th is north of that.
Yeah. Do you have any other pictures that show any other?
You have any other pictures,
Show where it's located? My initial concern was the same as the previous woman's.
So
concern.
137. Branches here.
Well, then this is Wingate then,
I mean, although it's further away.
further up.
Yeah. Kind of.
My concerns were the same as hers, that I couldn't see why we need an R2 designation. That would allow them to have duplexes and multi-family housing. And this whole area is very rural, agricultural,
No.
and that's why most of us bought property in this area. So I think it could be R1 with variances if we really need them. So.
okay. Is that all you have, sir? Okay. Anybody else in the audience like to
Sir, I didn't
come
just
forward?
see your interest for the record.
4303 East 104th Avenue. That's what-
Egan.
Yeah, go ahead, sir, we're ready.
13490 Mike Clever. Now this brings a better view of what you're planning to do. That south boundary that's there backs up right to my property. Do you plan on doing anything to protect my property from your junk? A fence?
No, we're gonna.
A fence or anything?
State your questions to the board and the petitioner will answer all your questions.
Gotcha.
And it's
Okay.
resolved.
Good. So that's gonna go across the whole backside of my property. I have 11.5 acres with my own retention lake. We have tons of animals now because of all the growth up above. St. Anthony's was put in, it destroyed our well. We had to have our well redrilled by pounding the big beams into the ground. So now we got more junk that's gonna be built right next to my house. This is my house right here. So this is my property line, this is my property line, this is my property. Well, I wanna know what's gonna be done to protect my property from this expansion. We have eagles. We have 2 eagles that are nesting on the south side of our property. Might wanna check into that. I'm sure there's stuff about that. What about the traffic? That all there, from there all the way to 129th Street is a 2-lane with no shoulders, no curbs, no nothing. How are you gonna put 172 houses there and think it's not gonna be a problem to a 2-lane street? They widened it up from 190th Street, from 129th north. They did nothing because we weren't annexed, and I never got any thing saying that that property was gonna be annexed into Crown Point. I never received any kind of notification about that. But I get a notification about this. Answers?
Well, the answer is we'll check with legal why you didn't get a notice. I mean, I can't answer that question right now for you. I don't know.
So far, the only thing that's not annexed in, according to what your other map was, is our subdivision and the house that's on the other side of I-65. Everything else was, I pulled up a map on your website, Crown Point's website. It shows everything around us is annexed.
Petition that be annexed also, if you want to be.
Oh, no, I don't want no part of it. I don't want no part of that. We bought this to be out by ourselves. Now we're gonna be encroached on. So I would like to know what will be done to protect the north end of my property
We will get you an answer for that.
and the traffic. The traffic situation will be terrible. Right now, Broadway from 137 all the way to 231, it's like Broadway. Delaware's gotten ridiculous about the clapboard house on the slabs. It's gotten ridiculous. They blow the stop signs, they don't stop. Never a cop around. Got you?
Got you.
Thank you, sir.
And I would like to point out one more thing, and the one
By what?
section, yeah, that's not this way. What the lady was talking about the agriculture and the wilderness and the wildlife and the trees. And in one section of 137th Avenue, one of the property owners that owns the farmland on that area is a big area known for the deer. And there's a lot of deer and wild turkey that hang out there. And I mean, we have everybody that's been built up over on Delaware, we're getting, I mean, I don't mind it, but I mean, we're getting a lot of the animals that come, the wild animals, and I love animals, so it doesn't bother me. But all the loudness of all this construction, and it's not country anymore. It's starting to look like Chicago.
Also, there's one thing I want to add. I forgot about it until I looked over at the map. Right here, should be on the plot. Right here, there's a creek that runs through, that goes and drains out to under I-65. It runs all the way through here, through the wetlands that are marked on his map here. What are you gonna do with that drainage line? It's coming all the way through your property. It should be on the plot. It was on my plot when I got it from the town. So it runs just on the north edge of my lake. And it dumps out under I-65 and continues to go on. It's really, I don't want to go back to flood. We had it once already. I don't want to go back to flooding.
You're talking the Stony Run ditch?
Mm-hmm.
That's not on that
21
property.
inches of water in my basement when they screwed up I-65. And they made the hole smaller. They put some kind of corrugated tube going under I-65, just the other side of my driveway. And then they filled it around the outside of it with cement. And I walked down to the end of the driveway. I says, "What are you doing?" He says, "We're making it smoother." You're putting a corrugated tube in it, you're filling it with cement. You're raising it. I said, "So now the water has to get X amount of much higher to get into that hole, which you just made smaller." I said, "Your house is on fire. Do you want me putting out with a garden hose or a fire hose?" He looked at me like he had no idea what I was talking about.
All right, well,
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Tubes in here.
I appreciate it.
All right. Anybody else in the audience like to come forward?
Greg Rostock, 150 East 137th Avenue. If this Google is correct, R2 zoning does allow for single-family detached and two-family dwelling duplexes. So I just respectfully request you do not approve the R2 zoning.
Thank you. Anybody else?
He told us he wasn't gonna build those, didn't he?
No.
Anybody on the, I'm missing here. Nobody on Zoom?
John, I've gotten a text that somebody, Lucille White, is trying to speak. She said she raised her hand, but I don't see that that's on the video screen. So I'm not sure what to tell her to do to join.
What's it? Lucille White has raised her hand, but he is not able to.
They have to be here in person to speak.
I did speak for her, that's who I spoke for at the beginning, but she's trying to get on. She did send an email to Watson.
Yes, and also just for the record, I can't hold Google accountable. Unfortunately, my life would be a lot more fun if I could. But duplexes in an R2 would require special use approval through city council. So they are not permitted. The only thing permitted, just a straight permitted, is a single family. Any type of multifamily would require either a special use or a variance of use to be approved by the Board of Zoning Appeals and the city council.
Okay, anybody else in the audience like to come forward? State your name and address for the record, your question.
I'm Susan McHenry, 128 Southeast Street, 1202. I actually want to say something. I want to say thank you to Todd. I know a lot of people in the audience don't want to hear this, but I appreciate that you came into the city and you heard what they were saying about our requirements for our lots and our ordinances for our subdivision plats. We have a lot of developers that come in here and they try to put 50-foot lots in and really make the density incredibly insane. And I appreciate that you're trying to do something decent with the land that you've been given to develop. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else in the audience? This is your last opportunity. Once, twice, 3 times. We're gonna close the public hearing, bring it back to the board.
I'm
Go
gonna
ahead,
go home
Judd.
and crop that video and watch that. After 31 years, I think that might be the second thing you have got behind the podium. So thank you for that. I'm a resident of Crown Point as well. I was born and raised here. And, you know, I can get on that soapbox. You know, I started off renting an apartment by the hospital. You know, and you have to have those, because Crown Point had those stepping stones, I was able to stay here, live here, raise a family here. I'll just leave it at that. But again, thank you for that. The data on the key number was incorrect. We are not rezoning any property that we do not currently have under contract. If I had a guess, the lady that was referenced, she might have read her key number on the notice. I don't want to say that for sure, that if somehow that got mixed up, or I just confirmed with Josh, we got the key number of, what was the latest name? Yes, we are not, I wanted to share this, her property that she owns is right here. Not hatched. Everything we are rezoning is shown in the hatched area. The key number is right. That is false information. Thankfully, we were able to correct that, or at least get to the bottom of it. Wildlife, traffic. It's a sad movie to watch with development. I'm really glad I was praised. You know, that's my hometown. We try to do it right. I have 12 deer behind my house. We felled Pine Hill in 2003. And those deer live right behind my house and tear up my yard because of me. So it's what it is. It's unfortunate, but we are preserving everything we can here. The gentleman that spoke, who said he lives on Georgia Street, asked what kind of garbage we're going to put in behind his house. In 2004, his house assessed without the land, I think less than $300,000. With the land, a little bit over $400,000. All of our homes will supersede the value of his home. So I don't think that we'll be building anything garbage. Oh, very valid question. Very valid question. Okay, I apologize.
Right behind my house.
You're a little stern up here. I just assumed you're referring to our product. So actually, I'd say you won the lottery because his entire length of his property is nothing but buffer, green space, and protection. We'll not have any homes behind him, but I will assure you, if there's any garbage that blows on your property, I have no problem sharing my phone number. You can call me because that is an ongoing.
That's what I was talking about construction.
Gotcha. Okay, that is ongoing. Dust is ongoing.
When they were putting up the houses, we got insulation in our yard,
what we will do, we'll make sure that we put a snow fence up as much as we can, collect. You're gonna have windy days, you're gonna have stuff going around. But we do take pride in it. We try to stay on top of it. We sweep the streets twice a week. In the hot summers when we're moving dirt, it gets dusty. There's no way around it, but we have water trucks out there. We try to stay on top of that stuff. And wetland impacts, again, it's very minimal over on the west side where we're going in the estate section. We do have a minor wetland impact there for the crossing of that creek. As far as the water that goes through the property and any other engineering questions that'll come up during the time of our primary plat submittal. Primary plat submittal.
Okay,
Could I ask a question?
go ahead.
And I know Jim's here too. We're making a zoning commitment that's going to be a condition on the change of zone. That the lots will not be less than 80 by 125 foot unless it's a corner lot.
Or 80 feet at the building line. So like some of your home sites that go along curve, they're usually a little less at the right of way line, but at the building line, they'll be 80 feet in width. And I'll even go one further, that we will not exceed 172 lots.
So 80 foot at building line by 125 foot.
Correct.
Okay, anything else, Joe?
Well, there was some discussion, one of the gentlemen was talking about no notice in regards to the annexation, that ship's kind of sailed. That annexation occurred.
Yeah.
That was quite a while
Yeah,
ago.
thanks, I was just gonna address that because I didn't want to leave a false impression when the gentleman raised it. The notice requirements for annexation are different than notice requirements for rezoning. And in annexation, you're required to notify those property owners within the area that's being annexed. That's what the notice is that you have to give, not area outside of being annexed, because the people who are, at least by law, the ones who have the ability to remonstrate are those that live in the area that's being proposed to be annexed, just to clear that up.
Thank you.
Any further, so, anything further from the board?
Can I say a couple things? I just want to say a couple of things, and feel free to get upset with me, but let's be respectful of one another. One, I've lived here 73 and a half years of my 75 years. After college, I lived in Pittsburgh for a year and a half. I moved back because I love this area. I love Chicago. We have become a suburb of Chicago, and that's happened over time. And you can see that. DeMott's not the same town. Hebron's not the same town. Heck, Leroy is still kind of country, but it's not the same town when I was in high school back in the 60s. We have good jobs here. We have good location. This is a prime area to live in. I mean, there was a time, I don't know if you're from East Chicago, sir, but there was a time, my wife's from East Chicago. All right, there was a time when that was a place to be, you know? And that, right, and it's all changed. And I can tell you this, I firmly believe if we did not bring these areas in, Winfield would be encroaching on us. St. John would be encroaching on us. Cedar Lake would be encroaching on us. It's going to get built up. Now, some of those communities need to deal with their own sewer systems, but they're trying to do, some of those are trying to do that right now. I don't mean this as a wise guy. How do you control your property? You control your property by owning it, okay? The school teacher with 5 acres, if all of a sudden your dream job came available in Hawaii or something like that, and it made more money to divide that property into a couple of lots, there's nothing, and I know you don't want to do that, but I'm just saying you could do that. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. And you know, I saw a thing on WTTW the other day, and this was actually somewhere in the royal family. They were farmers. They decided to quit farming and just let the ground go natural. And to your points about nature and all that, it was amazing how it all came back. But if you guys are serious about this, start an LLC, a nonprofit LLC, raise money, buy property adjacent, buy farmland adjacent to Crown Point, and build a nature preserve. Wouldn't that be cool? I mean, there's other ways. And the last thing I want to say is, I mean, Todd has said it a couple of times. What he's shown here today is what he's going to build, okay? And I can tell you this, when you look at this, there is a fair amount of green space, okay? We have some regs on the amount of green space that has to be in. He has far succeeded that. Open space, we call it, recreation area. This is passive recreation. He did not have to.
Hold on.
He
We're not, hey, we're not.
He did not have
Stand
to.
by.
He did not have to do this. He put in an active recreation area as a small park, okay? A neighborhood park. I mean, how cool is that for you with kids or grandkids that come and see you? I just.
Kids to see the wildlife, not to have controlled green spaces.
Okay. Hey.
Then start an LLC and start buying up land.
Mike. You attacking me in this situation, I was able to speak of as a public person.
And I'm telling you.
I should go and create.
All right, hold it.
When I was a councilman.
You stop talking.
All right.
Jesus, we're getting in the weeds here. He didn't mean to attack you. I don't know. I didn't see the attack.
Yeah, and all of us heard it, and it's
Okay, great, wonderful. Mike, you're done, right?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
All right, we're way off course. All right. Anything further? We're bringing this to the board. Everybody in the audience needs to pay attention and please be quiet. Any further for the petitioner from the board?
Just an example for the public that, easy, John, I'm not gonna go long. That this is an example of, we ask about responsible growth. Todd came in here a few months ago with another proposal that we didn't like. He walked away from it. He came with this proposal. He's promised to do things and propose these lot sizes and everything with no variances. He's worked with the city very much, and that's what we look for with, it's gonna happen, growth happens, and this was responsible growth. So I appreciate Todd and his group for presenting this the way they have.
Richard, Mr. Sanders, side note, the petition before me with the Medicine College, that's actually landing on that property that I was in front of you with.
That's,
So I
yeah,
realized I
right.
couldn't get it approved.
And it didn't fit there.
Us competitors work together sometimes, and I approached one of our competitors, and rather than just walk away from the project, we were able to sign the contract to him, in which he worked with the end user, and it all came together. I think it was a win-win for everybody.
Okay.
As you say, I didn't go away mad, I just went away.
I just think the one last thing that we didn't touch on is that with this development going, if it goes through, the road improvements will happen. They will look very much like what it looks like on Delaware to the north. There will be curb and gutter, concrete curb. It won't be a 2-lane country road, correct?
Definitely curb and gutter. What I show here, and if Ben could assist me and scroll, this is the entrance to our community. I'm sorry, this is. Right here. So this is actually. Yeah, the entrance to our community. And I wanted to theme this. We have a nice farm type of playground. Rather than your pastel Easter colors, this is going to look like a barn. And we have fishing here. We stock just to add some sort of amenity. There's also a park on the east side. And if you just keep scrolling down, you can see these renderings here. So that's, I'm not so sure on. Is that it?
It's not accurate.
Yeah, so there's the park. If you scroll back up, that's the entrance to the community. Yeah, we don't have one in Delaware. But again, Delaware will look just like it does in front of Altos Willows with the. No, we don't own the land south of us, so we couldn't do any of the acquired right away.
Ready to go?
Sure. Gets ready for a motion. Mr. President, I'll make a motion to approve the change of zone petition 26-15. Subject to.
May I read these and make sure we're all in agreement with what I've written?
Sure.
Lots to be a minimum of 80 foot at building line by 125 when possible. And subdivision to be designed as presented at the public hearing per the agreement with petitioner. Was that accurate?
Yes.
Well, those would be conditions if the board chooses to adopt this.
And you're willing to sign a zoning commitment letter and record it?
Yes.
Okay. My motion.
Second.
Got a second? Any further discussion? Seeing none, call a roll.
Dan Rahalen.
Yes.
Joe Sanders.
Yes.
Chad Jeffrey.
Yes.
Mike Conklin.
Yes.
Rich Dent.
Yes.
Laura Sauerman.
I'm sorry, I've got one question and I was muted. Is Lucille White, her question about the property that's named in the annexation includes her property? Are we looking into that?
We already looked into that, Laura. That was incorrect information. We confirmed that we are not annexing nor rezoning her property. If I had a guess, if she saw her key number, it may have been on the notification addressed to her property since she was an adjacent property owner. But her property is not within our annexation nor our rezone nor our development. So she's
Okay.
It's not on the parcels on the top. It's not on her thing. I have to look right here. It is listed on the parcels right here. 07. So it wasn't addressed. It's in the legal document that says 07.
I'd really like Joe Iraq to see that so we don't mess everybody up.
Mr. President, we're in the middle of a vote.
I know.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get in on the discussion part quick enough.
It's not, he can't rezone a parcel he doesn't own. So
Right.
if she owns the
So
parcel.
the actual rezone.
Okay, so if there was a typo, it doesn't, then it's just a typo.
The actual rezone is defined by a legal description. So the key numbers are there for reference, identification, but the real document of the property is the actual meets and bounds legal description, which is shown and hatched on that one diagram, in which this particular lady's property is to the south of that.
Okay. So it's gonna be a legal deal, right?
Right.
I don't think she's in it, but.
You know, and to Mr. Cleven's point, even on the exhibit, even if it's on the notice in the exhibit itself, it is not listed as a parcel as part of this project.
Right.
All right.
Okay, Lori,
I'm
you vote?
yeah, I'm gonna vote to approve, but I really want that checked into, please.
Absolutely.
And John Marshall.
No. You approved 6-1. All right, we're gonna vote on 26-16. The motion.
Mr. President, I'll make a motion to adopt the findings of fact for a change of zone. All 5 and including the stipulations that we have
For the previous 2615.
per the previous
I agree with those as well.
petition. And you agreed to sign the zoning commitment letter and record.
Then Mr. Weezer will prepare.
Sure.
Zoning commitment letter.
Okay, we have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second, do we have any further discussion? Call the roll, please.
Dan Rohit.
Yes.
Joe Sanders.
Yes.
Chad Jeffries.
Yes.
Mike Conquest.
Yes.
Rich Day.
Yes.
Laura Sellerman.
Yes.
John Marshall.
No. To approve 6-1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll see you in a couple months.
All right, we're gonna take a 10-minute recess. So everybody can, get rested up for the rest of it.
Mr. Marshall, go ahead.
Taking a 10-minute recess. Yeah, you.
All right.
I know, I got one, Joe, thank you.
No, what he was saying. Right, inside the affected area. Yeah, they'll still get it for it if they're outside.
Whoever got noticed tonight, will get notice of everything.
They were inside. Right. They got a bird. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
But the law doesn't provide.
Give them ideas.
Right. By laws.
I don't do the annexation.
Right.
So send something to the mayor's office or to Josh. I don't think that's a bad recommendation. No, that would alleviate
You would have an annexation meeting, that would have been the appropriate
Chuck, you're at it.
Yeah, he was picking no doubt.
I watched something over
John, it's past my bedtime. I should be having my milk and cookies.
No, I know, I'm
just.
We're talking good, I should be snoozing on the couch watching the golf right now. So my wife yells at me every time because we have to rewatch it.
Known the man.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm there.
Before I can make it to the end of the whole episode.
I know.
She says, I said, I don't remember any of this. That's because you were.
I know.
It's gotten to the point now, Joe, where I tell my. You want me to put on?
Oh. Okay.
Oh, I'm hearing it from other people.
Oh. What's he gonna do with it? That's the one, the BCA. That was my question. Yeah, doesn't everything draw? Yeah. Gotta draw, do some magic or something.
Just make an announcement, we're gonna restart in 3 minutes.
Even with legal description, it wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, it's good seeing you. All right, you take care. It's always nice to see you.
Right? What, I told him 3 minutes. It's an employee fine. You fish around.
Around here?
Yeah.
Hey, I like the idea though.
Can they go their way in? Yeah. Well, it's up to that.
Yeah.
He's doing okay. He's struggling a little bit. Trader.
We still have a lot to go.
I know.
Maybe I stuck it in here.
All right, guys, everybody ready?
Yes, sir.
So we,
We are. All right, we're on mute. We call the plan commission meeting back to order. Next item of new business, 2617. Cap Development LLC petitioner, Diamond Peak Group owner, requests primary plat for an 89 lot residential subdivision at 2021 West 133rd Avenue. State your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Commissioners. Michael Herbers with Diamond Peak Group, 1313 White Hawk Drive here in Crown Point. Here seeking primary plat approval for our capstone development. Our first two phases encompass 89 lots. This part of Crown Point was rezoned late last year from R1A to R1. All of our engineering meets the R1 requirements or exceeds it. We are 80 by 135 feet deep lots, so we do exceed the square footage of lots as well. We are not seeking any variances on this property. We've been working with planning and engineering through rounds of review comments for a couple months now. And here, like I said, seeking our primary plat approval. If Ben could help me out with kind of scrolling through. I know Josh provided a packet. That's the overall look of phase 1 and 2. There's the plat for phase 1. On the next slide will be the plat for phase 2. Again, the plats aren't that much fun to look at, but we do have some renderings coming up here on the next slide. So that's our entryway off of 133rd. So we do have a nice boulevard entrance with a nice monument sign and heavily landscaped entrance as well. So it will be a nice feature to the development driving into this community. On the next slide, I think might be some additional, aerials of what that entrance will look like. Of course, which not pictured there, there will be some ponds behind those as well. And I know to Mr. O'Daly's likings, there will be fountains in those ponds too. So yeah, just another glimpse of what that monument sign will look like. Next up, we have some amenities to show. So we will have a kind of a central park located within the community. We will be working with New Toys, who I believe is an approved vendor here in Crown Point for the park space, for the playground, I should say. We will also be adding a putting green as well, a turf putting green, just to add a different amenity outside of your standard top lot or park or just kind of open space. So there will be artificial turf for that, so it can be used kind of year round with low maintenance. And of course, there'll be some benches and areas to sit as well. I believe next up we'll be showing some home renderings. These are the kind of styles of homes we anticipate building here in Capstone. Of course, the one in the top right corner that is sitting on a walkout. However, there, I believe, aren't any walkouts on the site, maybe very few. But then again, on the next slide, we'll have some additional homes that we do plan on bringing. All of the homes here will be 100% LP smart siding. There will not be any vinyl on our homes. Along with, we will have requirements for stone masonry on the front as well. I believe the final slide does have some of our newer renderings that we're excited to develop and then of course start to build, which do have some steeper roof pitches and again some nice architectural appeal. So again, I want to try and keep this short and sweet. I know it's a late evening already. I'd like to open up to the board with any questions, comments, or concerns.
Okay, thank you, Josh.
Sir, petitioner is requesting primary plat approval for an 89 lot subdivision located at 2021 West 133rd Avenue, west of Indiana Avenue and east of the Gallery subdivision. Property is zoned R1 residential. Property is surrounded by residential PUD and R1 residential north, and unincorporated residential and agricultural east, west, and south. Property was annexed into the city in 2022 with R1A residential zoning. Since then, there have been workshops as well as a potential PUD, which have received favorable responses from our commission, but no official votes or approvals were given. Instead, it received approval for a change of zone from R1A to R1 residential. which means a reduction of lot sizes from 15,000 square feet to 10,000 square feet, and lot width reduction from 100 foot to 80 foot. All notices have been properly sent out by certified mail and on published newspaper, and there have been no calls of support, but there have been numerous calls of registration. Primary complaint being additional development on vacant property. Plans have been reviewed by city staff and received proper approvals to move forward to plan division. Planning department recommends approval of petition 2617. I would also like to add, much like the last petition for the change of zone, I do have US staff demonstration letters that I can pass out to each of you. And in the initial staff report, while I did state that it was, most of the demonstration was about development, as these came in over the weekend, the majority of the complaints are about traffic, particularly the intersection of 133rd and Indiana Avenue. Those are the big ones. So you have development in the area, loss of green space, and the traffic impact of 133rd.
Okay, thank you, Josh. Thank you. Bring it to the board for questions or comments for the petitioner.
You know what, can you touch on the siding that you brought up? What are you using?
The LP smart siding.
Yeah, what's the difference of that? Than
So
vinyl, saying, like wear and tear?
More of a composite material. Well, wood-based is what it is, so it does have a longer life expectancy than your typical vinyl. It is a higher end product than vinyl. So I mean, the standard home, again, just to keep ballpark numbers, going from vinyl to LP, it's probably $12,000 to $17,000 just to make that change per home. It does have a longer warranty from the manufacturer, withstands weather a lot better. High windstorms doesn't really, you know, unless a tornado is coming through, I mean, it does withstand the test of, you know, some higher windstorms. So just overall, a higher end product versus vinyl.
Okay, great, thanks, appreciate it.
Okay, Joe.
Josh, speaking of 133rd, you know, is the city in any conversation with NDOT for the intersection?
Yes, actually, and this petitioner is the one that kicked off that conversation.
Okay.
So the petitioner has been working with staff and NDOT to come up with the best possible solution for this.
Thank you. That's it.
Anybody else? Any questions or comments? Mike?
Yeah, I just, look, this is another great example of, Mike, you could have come in here and said, well, we've got more than enough open space, which qualifies as passive recreation. We don't need to do anything else. But you worked with the city, you came up with a plan for a park. You came up with some language on the easement and outlot dedications. This is phenomenal. I think, you know, what you guys did and what Clevin and his group did, I really think should help set the tone for, like Joe says, responsible development. And so I thank you.
Thank you.
Dad?
I've just got one question on the renderings. Can you go back to where we were showing the view of the park? There. What are all of the concrete pads or whatever?
Still should be houses.
Benches with umbrellas, I believe, is what our architect threw in there. Talking about the white
Yeah.
circles. Right.
I mean, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
These guys?
No.
Oh, so these are
that should be where
those
houses
home
are.
lots?
Future home sites.
Those are lots,
Okay.
yeah.
Anything else?
I have a question. This is just for the residential area, restricted 55 will have its own set of restriction, declaration, clearance by FHA and all the other
Yep,
stuff.
yeah, so this is Capstone, the development to the south. This
Yeah.
reserve point. So it'll have its own separate
Got it.
HOA covenants, all
Okay.
the.
They're not one master.
Correct.
They each have, they stand on their own.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I have something, Mr. Marshall.
Go ahead, Laura.
Okay, usually, Mr. Conquest usually asks this. It appears that there's some lots that encroach on wetlands. Is there mitigation that's going to happen, or am I seeing it wrong?
Yeah, so we've been working with IDEM on all the proper procedures and mitigation regarding the wetlands. We are keeping all of the higher wetlands on site. We are not impacting them. We're actually going to enhance them after working with our environmentalist. There are a fair amount of what IDEM considers low quality wetlands that, you know, they are in agreement with impacting them with minimal issues. So yes, we are working with our environmental team along with IDEM to do all of that responsibly.
Okay, and then it looks like you back up to Alicia Estates, that subdivision. This may be more for Josh. What are the requirements for, will there be berming, fencing, landscaping? What goes between, or is there anything required?
We don't require fences between residential, but there usually is landscaping, there's usually something.
Yeah, I'd have to pull our engineer. I don't know if we had any berming in place there, but that is something we can look at and I guess iron out by secondary plat to ensure that the development to the east of us has a buffer of some sort.
That's probably a good idea, just because those residents were there first and might like a little separation.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further from any board member? All right, this is a public hearing on this petition, so at this time, we're gonna open it up to the public. Anybody in the audience like to come forward, please state your name and address and your question or comment.
Stephen Sholka, 1892 West 134th Court. So I'm going to go use this as an example here. So I live in Alicia Estates, and I bought the property 15 years ago. And my house runs about 100 yards along this edge here. We have between within the Alicia subdivision, a swale that runs along here, enters this property. There's a ditch that runs probably 150 yards into an existing pond. This is not accurate. Ponds are here and here. When it rains, like it is today, the swale fills up. And over the next several days, it'll empty into this area. There is wetlands right here. I provided Josh with the Indiana Department of Environmental Management report identifying wetlands right here and along this ditch, and there are some other areas. In the concept plan from Capstone that I looked at, the only wetlands was identified on the western edge, nothing on the eastern edge. So my concern is if they do as they plan, it rains like tonight, what happens to the water? Will I wake up, instead of having a swale, I'll have a small pond. I see nothing in their plan to talk about irrigation or drainage into this area. Their removal of the ponds up here will not help. This entire property slopes toward 133rd Street. So all the water here comes to that swale, into the wetland area, and into the existing ponds. So again, my concern is what happens to those of us that live in Alicia Estates, that it's heavy rain and they have blocked off egress over water that has been going on for hundreds of years. So again, I don't see it in this plan. I didn't see it in the diagram. I have contacted the county about the drainage issue. I have sent it to Josh several times to try to get an answer to it. It hasn't been addressed, and I'm hoping before you vote, that at least be considered about those of us that live here, as the subdivision is being developed. Nothing against it being developed, I just don't want to have a problem next year because of what they've done. Right now, they have wiped out all the trees in this area up until this ditch. And anything more that they do here will wipe that out and I'll have flow. Thanks,
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience like to come forward?
Maureen Ross, 2510 West 136th Court. I'm in the Galleries subdivision. I have a couple of questions and I have a little bit of confusion because my understanding was that the entire plot, which part of it backs up to our property, was going to be a 600 plus development, 600 plus homes. That was what was originally presented. Part of it was going to be cap development and the other part of it was going to be Pulte homes. So I don't know, tonight we're only getting information on part of it. So I don't understand.
Well, I can help explain part of it.
Okay.
The discussion we were having on, on the 602 acre subdivision was about the zoning change. So they haven't come in with their plan yet. I mean, they have a proposed layout for that, but that's what we were talking about with R2 and the size of lots and whatnot. This has been approved and is going to primary plot. So this is approved and they're trying to get the lots made and get the roads started and whatnot. The
So
other subdivision, it's not together, but it's next to each other and it's two different developers. So we
Okay.
talked about part of it tonight.
Okay.
About the rezone, and that'll probably come in for primary next month or the month after.
Okay.
But this is coming in for primary.
Okay. Okay. And another point of confusion is that there are, of this large parcel, it's actually 9 separate parcels, the whole conglomerate thing. But the section that Capstone has is 3 parcels, which is the 2 that front 133rd, and then the one further back, which abuts our property line. For whatever reason, those are no longer in Cap Development's name. They were sold to Cisco Land at the end of February. So I don't know what that means as far as, I mean, my understanding with the notification that we got is that Cap Development is doing this. But that is not what ownership shows.
Well, we'll the petitioner try to explain that, and legal's here, so we'll figure out what is going on with that and what needs to happen or what the explanation.
Okay. The other concern I have is our property. We have approximately 226 feet that run along, and there's a 30-foot tree line that provides, of course, the wildlife, and it gives us protection from what goes on the other side. It has been staked, so they've surveyed it, and they've put one stake at the far south end of the property in the middle of the 30-foot line. So the 15 is their side and we have 15 of woods. I would like to know if they intend, because the lots are not that big, if they intend to clear that up to the stake. And what assurance do we have that there isn't a single twig on our property that gets bulldozed?
It's a valid question. We'll be sure to answer it for you.
I, of course, had the same traffic concerns, schools concerns that you've heard over and over again, so I won't bore you with that, but these other things are real concerns because they affect our peace and, you know, the way we use our property, aside from the noise and air pollution. You know, you can't, with one stake, and you've got some guy driving a bulldozer and he doesn't follow the line, so he knocks your trees over, and then they say, oh gee, sorry. Well, it's not replaceable, it's gone. And I would like protection. That's it. How do I get my answers?
You will, we're gonna answer them here.
Okay.
Do it all in a rebuttal at the end.
Okay.
Anybody else in the audience like to come forward and have a opinion or question about this petition 2617?
Lisa Gold, I'm at 2511 West 136 Court. I am close neighbor to Maureen, so I'm in the same situation where I do have concerns about that tree line area. I'm also at the very south end, so it looks like I'd be impacted with my area by phase 2. And I am concerned because I have farmland that is not going to be developed, but south of me is other farmland that's not being developed. And I notice in spring, there is water accumulation. So I am concerned about how wetland is looked at, care of water situation. You'd think that we would not be flooded in that area because we are sort of higher up. If you look at our cul-de-sac, that's where we're in. Yet it's squishy in winter, and again, there's a huge pool of water. So I just would like the developer to give a statement about the plan. So
Thank you, man. Anybody else in the audience like to come forward?
Rob Scott, 2666 West 136 Avenue. We're in the galleries as well. We want to make sure I understand it correctly. Is their plan that they will connect roads to our subdivision? You guys tell us by looking at that. I apologize, I don't have their stuff memorized. Can you guys tell us that?
It doesn't look like it's gonna be hooked to your subdivision, but.
No, it is. 135th, yeah.
35th?
That's a large concern, and I can't see any reason why it would. I mean, distinctly, you guys all live in this neighborhood, you live in this town. You would go into a subdivision like that, knowing that is one entryway in, you know the speed that it would be, you know the traffic pattern and everything else. This isn't the middle of town. I can't see any reason why there would be roads coming into that. You guys are all familiar with galleries. It's like one big cul-de-sac. Why would you make through traffic coming in there? I get it 100% that like we can't stop what's happening on 9 Mile and everything else, and everybody just gaps it off. But there is no reason we could think of why that road would come into our road or our neighborhood.
Address it. Anybody else like to come forward? Now's your time to speak. We're gonna close the public hearing once, twice. Third time, we're gonna close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. Go ahead and address all those concerns.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So I'll start with stormwater because that seemed to be something that was brought up by multiple residents. And obviously, part of responsible growth is going through vigorous review process through the city, through their third-party engineers, to make sure that we aren't flooding out our neighbors, so that we're actually improving the area that we're developing. So through stormwater reports and of course, like I said, our engineers working with the city and their engineers, we are confident that we will not be flooding out our neighbors. We will be shedding water through storm sewers throughout the site, leading into the detention on our site, which will then release from our site as well for the applicable stormwater release rates. So when it comes to stormwater, I do not foresee there being any issues with the neighbors in terms of flooding them out.
With that being said, you moving on to the next subject now? Are you done with stormwater?
I can be unless you have.
No, I want Josh to explain to the audience the review process so that they understand. I mean, this guy's promising not to flood their property, but we do have a very rigorous review where we have a hired engineer that reviews all these calculations and approves it for the city. So
We do, and I'm actually very excited to say for the first time since I worked for the city, he is here with us today.
Oh.
So.
All right, so this is a man that's gonna approve it, so,
Yes.
or not approve it. He's pretty difficult sometimes.
He is
on these-
incredibly
on the-
difficult
on these
every
guys.
time, and we appreciate that.
So if you could explain your job, sir, that would be great.
Yeah, and I guess I might as well introduce myself. I'm Luke Sheriff, Christopher Burke Engineering. You probably remember Don Wolfont of our office. We worked for Christopher Burke for 20+ years. We worked with Colorado last May. I'm the new Don, but they've been hiding me away, and they finally let me out in public tonight to talk about these developments. But yeah, I'm the third-party stormwater consultant, so I will review the engineering plans, the stormwater calculations, all of that stuff, the hydrologic, hydraulic modeling, et cetera. From their consultant, I will make comments, and we go back and forth, and we've gone back and forth a few times on this one. I feel like we're in a really good place with it. The city's stormwater ordinance is very restrictive when it comes to these types of developments where there's built-in wetlands, depressional storage on a site. You really get whacked with a very small release rate, but then having to recoup a lot of that volume. So the amount of volume in your basins on this site is significantly more than your textbook subdivision. So, you know, we've gone through this a few times, 2 iterations. Feel like we're in a good place. We're meeting all the stormwater regulations, and we're confident that they won't cause any adverse impacts to these interested spoken anyway.
So quick question on that. The first speaker mentioned the swale, that the water from Alicia Estates goes through the swale onto this other property that is gonna be developed to a pond there. Is that unusual? I mean, it should have been contained when Alicia Estates was developed, or?
I don't know too much about how Alicia Estates was designed, but I will say that the stormwater, any stormwater that's coming onto this property from offsite properties, and any stormwater that's leaving this property is actually getting funneled into either an overland flow route or a storm sewer. And I think the area that the gentleman spoke about earlier along the east side is actually getting funneled to the north in the new storm sewer to those 2 ponds that are just south of 133rd. So it's basically maintaining what we spoke about, which was the ones that ran to the north in this location. Basically maintaining that, but the way it gets there is obviously a lot different.
So that answers your question.
Okay.
The gentleman behind you, the first, sorry.
Thank you.
And
Thank you
all,
for being here.
everything that we do is public record, so his report is available for anyone to read and disagree with if you like, so.
And I've asked Commissioner Tippy to contact the county engineer from our side to see one side. He drained into it. It's obvious. I sent Josh a picture yesterday of water sitting in there now, waiting to go into that swale. So, which is.
I did include his photographs in the packets I have for you guys. And yes, he did email me and Jerry Tippy, and Mr. Tippy then responded with their engineers who will contact ours to make sure everything is above board.
Sounds like they're trying to come to in agreement.
Improvement.
All right, next.
Next up, I have tying into the galleries. Obviously, when the galleries was developed, they had potential future expansion into the property to the east, which is now our property. There was a stub road built and developed up to the property line. We did reach out to county to confirm that we can tie into that from our development, and we do have record that they said that obviously makes the most sense development wise to tie in. Obviously, we approved a road to be stubbed in there. If we did not expect future development to take place, we would have either cul-de-sac that or ended that at that T intersection just to the west there. So tying into the galleries, we do have Dwayne Alverson's approval to tie our road into the galleries.
That was reviewed by the city,
Yes, sir, we actually cannot authorize them to tie it to county streets without those approvals.
So the county knows by the laws. Correct. All right, next.
That's what I have in my notes. I don't know if you guys had anything additional.
Something about ownership.
The ownership, yes, the ownership.
Cisco Land. So that would be, we'll call it a sister partner company for lack of better term. So it's still managed by the developer and owner of this property. So yeah, there's no concern there with changing of hands to someone else other than our group.
It's a sub-company of your parent company?
Correct.
I don't have an issue with that. Something about a tree line area.
Yes, the tree line for the nice lady in the front row.
Yeah, so I will work with our contractors to ensure that we stay on our property, and I can give you my personal cell phone number too if you notice something, you know, deviating otherwise. Of course, I would have to see where exactly was your property? On the west side?
I have to bring it up on the phone. Yeah.
So we got, this is coming in, that's 133rd. There's that street right there. Is this the street that would connect to the gallery? Yeah, all right. And then just south of that.
Yeah, so that
I'm on phase 2.
okay, yeah, so that tree line, we are looking to save as much of that as possible. There might be some, you know, trees that have to come down on our property to allow for the storm sewer to run through there. But yeah, we are aware of that tree line there. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that phase 2 of our development, those are a little deeper lots, so there is room to preserve that as much as possible.
Well, and Josh, am I right in saying that, don't we have ordinances about taking down large trees? They can't just bulldoze everything, right? Anyway.
To the best of my knowledge, Laura, if it's on their property, they can cut it down.
And then don't we require then replacement in some other way? I mean, all right, I'll look into that ordinance. There was an ordinance on the books at one time that said if you take down something large, you got to put up 4 of the same thing somewhere else. But I'll check into it.
Okay, any other issues that we missed?
So like that.
You can ask one more question.
Yeah. I just, if I understand correctly, the road we're talking about, is it this one right here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And I'm just asking, is there any reason why we wouldn't just turn that into a cul-de-sac, those homeowners that have cul-de-sac, ours can stay as is, and we have separation between them, just like the trees, just like the mountain swell or anything else? I mean, I build as well.
Right.
And we all know that these homes, these cars are gonna rip through very quickly to try and find a shortcut. We know that. You have families and kids coming over here, and we already have them over there. Between you guys and them, any real.
Yes, we do, for public safety.
You guys all have something going to.
Well,
You're saving on concrete. And I just helped you. You made a little better.
Health, safety, and public service.
I just.
ambulance, police access as well. I
They're
mean, connectivity is always planned for.
Okay.
That's why the road was stubbed in the galleries.
Okay, so then may I ask, is there a certain level at what point they would possibly get the speed bumps, like you see in other family neighborhoods?
That's a touchy one too.
I understand, that's why.
Yeah, no, I know, it,
Right? We're not doing it because we think it'll be neat and cool. We don't want the traffic flying through.
you don't want speed bumps in the winter with plows, you don't,
But they're in.
it could be a
well,
nightmare.
Look at other subdivisions as well, right?
Where?
We don't have them.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other subject? Any other questions from the board?
I don't know if you guys addressed, Josh mentioned it, traffic on 133rd is already bad. I mean, what you were like, I don't see anything that changes this, it just increases more people coming out to 133rd. So is it gonna be widened, is there anything that be done in terms of 133rd in Indiana?
Is that county or city? Josh?
Depends which part.
Yeah.
So, so we will be improving our section of 133rd. We'll have XL decel lanes, we'll have curb and gutter along the road. Again, as mentioned earlier, we are working with the city along with the state regarding improvements at 133rd and Grant Street. So yes, we are doing, you know, what we can as a developer to help move that ball forward.
Can I just add to that, now that the hospital is moved, that's the street the ambulances take to 133rd to get to the hospital. So that just adds, you know, it's a two-lane road.
I would say it's gonna turn into something more than 200. Is the city in any kind of discussion about 133rd, their section of it?
On that, I don't know. I'm not involved in the streets.
Chad, that's, we're gonna assign that to you.
I mean, I drive through that way a lot and it does get backed up there. And I think a big portion of that is the intersection at Indiana Avenue, that it just doesn't handle that volume. And whether, you know, whether it's a roundabout or it's signaled or it's, you know, even just a bypass lane going northbound would relieve a lot of, so I mean, I think there are improvements to do at that intersection that makes that flow much better. Regardless of 133rd, just that intersection, I think can have improvements to it that makes that flow much better there.
And that's what we're working towards, so.
Okay.
Just, can I,
Go ahead, Mark.
Luke, just, and I may be looking, it's kind of hard to see the GIS on the cell phone. But I do see some of the wetland that you're talking about, not all of the wetland that you're talking about. And it's been probably 3 or 4 weeks, but we got deluged. And I had a lake in my backyard. I get ducks to come and feed under my bird feeder and they go in the backyard and swim. And it is still so damp when we get any sort of rain now, it floods again. I believe our city ordinances are based on 100-year rains, are they not?
Correct, that's what we regulate too.
And could that be why he's seeing, I mean, these last few years have been, you know, sometimes we get a normal rain, but we get a lot of abnormal rains anymore too. And that may be part of the problem. I don't know.
I've lived there 15 years. It happens when it rains. It rains into the existing pond after several days. The wetlands were delineated by the surveyor. Not me saying it's wetlands. It is there. It was registered with IDM. I sent Josh the document from that office showing clearly where there's designated. I'm not sure why it's a challenge to me that it's this problem that I live with today, tomorrow, probably for the rest of this week. I just wanna know what's gonna happen to that swale that for hundreds of years continued into those ponds, into this undeveloped area. Are they going to do something to take that water and continue on into their property, or are they gonna put a roadblock there? And now all the water backs up.
Yeah.
And
And look,
You
I,
say that it's gonna be,
I don't-
you
I
didn't hear
don't-
him when he said it, but it's gonna be diverted north into the storm sewer system.
and I don't doubt what you're saying at all, okay? I believe me, I don't doubt, I just found it really odd that I wasn't seeing it here and that's why I wanted to ask if.
Again, in August, we had this meeting, you pointed out that the two existing ponds were not the same as retention ponds, but they already exist there. That filling them in and moving them northward is not a solution. Why not just leave them as is and build around it? Maybe you have to sacrifice a few lots.
Gonna make them bigger.
But that seems a lot less work, taking the natural pond and leaving it as versus it moving further north toward 103rd.
They're gonna be bigger.
Thank you.
Well, the short answer to that is the existing wetlands that are sprinkled throughout the site are in locations that make them hard to develop. So whatever they fill in, they have to mitigate for not only from Indiana Department of Environmental Management, but they also have to mitigate volume, stormwater volume in their new ponds, compensate for anything. So
They're gonna be bigger.
yeah, it's actually gonna be a much larger, their stormwater basins are much larger than they normally would have to be because of them doing that.
Okay. Well, we get notice of, primary plat, right? No, we're doing.
It's the only notice they'll get unless there's a variance or something along the way. See that happen.
Okay. What's the pleasure of plan?
Mr. President, primary plat meets all the subdivision requirements as listed with the code of ordinances. Title 15, section 151.01 through 151.99. Make a motion to approve the subdivision. Are there any restrictions on this? We don't have any restrictions. That's my motion.
2617.
All right, got a motion to approve?
I think we do 20, yeah, this is 2617, so we're gonna do.
That's it. We did the other.
That's it.
Oh, we did that.
This is it. Yeah.
2617.
We have a motion to approve on 2617. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second. Do we have any further discussion? Seeing none, call roll.
Andrew Haley.
Yes.
Joe Sanders.
Yes.
Chad Jeffries.
Yes.
Mike Conrad.
Yes.
Rich Day.
Yes.
Doris Sauer.
Yes.
John Marshall.
Yes. Approved 7-0.
Thank you.
Better get that thing to drain. That's all I have to say.
Very technical, John. It's very technical.
Runs downhill, that's all I know. All right. Next item of new business, 26-18, Smith Farm LLC petitioner owner requests a secondary plat. Purpose is Greens Ward Phase 1.6 lots at 3905 West 133rd Avenue. Man, 133rd is really happening.
A hot place, man.
The other side. It's a waste.
State your name and address for the record and
Ryan Fleming representing Smith Farm LLC, 219 North Main Street, Unit C, here in Crown Point. As stated, we are here for our secondary plat. I would ask for your approval. We are looking to get going as far as the ability to record, ordering title work. We have 18 of the lots are committed in firm purchase agreement, and by the end of this week, I expect that we'll have 3 more under contract. So we're trying to just keep things moving along as we finish out the last part of our improvements. We got, unfortunately, abutted against the end of the last year's construction season with our 2 November storms, and have been gotten going on the project since we had truly had our spring breakouts. We are putting up performance for those improvements that are yet to be completed. those values were confirmed with the engineering department. That letter of credit for the surety was delivered to engineering, I believe earlier last week. So I think we've dotted our i's, crossed our t's to be able to be here before you tonight to get your approval so that I can work with staff to do the paperwork to get the plat recorded and keep things moving. If you have any questions for me, please do not hesitate.
Go ahead, Josh.
Smith Farm LLC is requesting preliminary plat approval for the subdivision known as Greensworth subdivision. And I apologize for secondary approval. Proposal for a 26 lots, phase one subdivision on the south side of 133rd, just south of the Copper Creek subdivision. Starting the review process, the main entrance has been lined up at Copper Creek Drive and requested staff. Petitioner was able to adjust the total amount of lots from 49 to 54. Conversations between city and county regarding 133rd and Copper Creek Drive resulted in the intersection becoming a four-way stop, which the petitioner gladly complied with. The Army Corps of Engineers was also brought into conversations regarding some of the wetlands on the property. Petitioner worked closely with all parties to verify compliance. Primary plat approval was approved at the October of 2024 Plan Commission meeting, with the remainder of items being addressed before secondary. There have been no calls of support. There have been calls of registration. The petition has been reviewed by staff and has received the proper approvals to move forward to the Plan Commission. Planning recommends approval of petition 2618.
So we have demonstrations.
Yes, those ones concerns over wetland, which has gone through engineering, and a lot of those are just
All right, we'll bring it to the board for any questions or comments for the petition.
I'd just like to say, Ryan, it's been a long haul to line up those roads through the wetlands and everything else. Thank you very much for having the intestinal fortitude to push through and get this done. Thank you very much. Looks good. You're at the end of the rainbow, man.
And it worked out. We got more lots out of that design, so it wasn't a terrible trade. It just was an extra year of time.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Well, I would say the petitioner's been very helpful to a lot of changes, discussion, and I think you got the plan worked out, to be honest with you. So, done a good job with this.
And I agree. And Josh, just a question on your sheet, you've got current zoning and land use R1. And Ryan, you've got everything as R1A. I don't know if that makes a difference. I think all his property is R1A. That
yeah, it probably is just R1A.
Yeah, we are on R1A and we conform to R1A.
Yeah.
We are minimum of a half acre on all of our lots, and at our front lot line, where I believe in most, if not all cases, in about 100, and at our build line, we're at a minimum of 90 to 100.
Okay, good deal. Thanks, Ryan.
I think our density is 0.68 units to an acre.
And to the petitioner's credit, he is one of the few petitioners that when they annex in the city, they tend to stay. So I know we just presented a workshop last month that basically following suit.
All right, it's a pleasure of the board.
Mr. President, I will make a motion to approve the primary plat as it meets all subdivision requirements as listed with the Code of Ordinances, Title 15, Section 151.01 through 151.99.
Second that.
All right, motion and second for approval. Any further discussion?
This is secondary, correct?
Yes.
Secondary of phase one.
I just thought I heard primary.
You
It
did.
was just an error on my part.
Okay, all right, good.
It says secondary.
If I might just interrupt for a point of clarification, our primary plat approval was for the entire parcel. So comprehensive, our 54 lots are approved under the primary. So I will see you again for primary extensions until we do our next phase, and then I'll see you for a secondary. So not to to juggle these terms up and get confused by it, but you will see me again in October, right? September.
Plan before October.
Let's do it. September.
All right.
Dan Rohit.
Yes.
Joe Sanders.
Yes.
Chad Jeffries.
Yes.
Mike Conquest.
Yes.
Rich Day.
Yes.
Laura Sauerman.
Yes.
John Marshall.
Yes.
Okay.
So.
Mr. Marshall, I'm going to recuse myself from the next petitioner.
All right, let's go record show that each day has left the DM. New business, 2619, Crown Point Community Foundation petitioner, Crossroads YMCA owner, requests a secondary plat. Foundation preserves 2 lots, 12410 South Fourth.
Yes, Russ Posen with DVG Team Inc., 1155 Trotwine Road, Crown Point, Indiana. We were before you last month for the primary plat, and really, I think there were 2 conversations that stemmed from that, or that came from that meeting that we needed to address, or just to clarify. One was that in a detention easement, that the maintenance will not be any cost to the city. That language is in our detention easement deed of dedication on the left there. I can read it verbatim if you so please, but this has been reviewed, I believe, by John Watson and legal, and that should be adequate for the city. The other conversation that we did have at the primary plat was about just adding language to lot 2 about future detention. We actually did work very, very diligently with the city and legal counsel Joe Irack to add language, but actually recently the city did request that we remove that language because I believe you reviewed your ordinance a little closer, and that you really only need to kind of bring a plat with detention immediately for your residential stuff. Obviously, when we come in for any site development, we are required by ordinance to provide detention for our developments. So that is when that detention design will be done for lot 2. Obviously, Josh can speak to that anymore about this, but nothing else has changed on this 2-lot development. Lot 1 is still specifically for Crown Point Community Foundation development, which we submitted full engineering, full stormwater reports and the like to the city for review, and hopefully will be on next month's meeting for that, which actually that'll be all the good stuff. We'll show you the renderings and the development and the calculations, and I go into all the good detail about that. Still nothing on lot 2, nothing that I know of to date. I guess we'll just leave it at that, and statements, comments, questions. I'm open to listen and to answer, hopefully.
All right, thank you. Josh?
Petitioner is requesting secondary plat approval for a 2-lot subdivision. The proposal is to subdivide 4 parcels to the west of Southport Street, just to the north of West Berlin. The layout of these 2 lots is 6.27 acres along Southport Street and 19.49 acres on the west side with access to Rail Drive. Crown Point Community Foundation received change of zone approval for the east portion to become OS1 Office Services. December 2025 Plan Commission meeting, final approval from the City Council. They also presented a workshop for the office use at the same Plan Commission meeting, which was viewed favorably by the Commission. Primary plat was approved at the March 2026 Plan Commission meeting. Site development for the Community Foundation office being in staff for reading now. There have been no calls of support. There have been calls of registration, which is being flooding with neighboring properties. Planning Department recommends approval of petition 2618.
All right, thank you, Josh. Bring it to the board for any questions or comments. Pleasure of the board. Well, it's not a public hearing, but I'll let you ask a question.
So lot 2 is, what is lot 2 zone right now? Is that R1?
R1, I think. Yes, it's R1.
So it's staying R1 unless
Somebody comes and buys it or redevelops it or anything like that.
And again, just so it's on record again, the wetlands are going to be preserved in that lot 2.
We are not touching any wetlands.
And in the future development, they can't come in and
Here, I'm gonna have you just step up.
Yeah, just might as well come on.
Might as well, huh?
Sure. Carrie Lemire, 620 West Brill Drive. I just want to make sure it's on record that in the future, because no one knows what's going to happen with lot 2. That those wetlands, not just the pond, but the wetlands around it are not going to be able to be filled in, built on.
Not without, I mean, I don't see it happening, but not without a lot of litigation. I mean.
I'll answer one.
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, so first off, this development on lot 1, we are not touching the wetland whatsoever. And in the lot 2, if that ever gets developed, in my opinion, we'll never touch the wetland as well. This wetland that was delineated several years ago, this is a high quality wetland. I mean, it's to get approval from IDM on this, I think would be very, very difficult. I don't want to say impossible because I'm not an expert, but yeah, it would be quite difficult to do that. And I don't believe anybody would like to go through the effort of doing that, but that's just a maybe more opinion at that point. But yeah, we're not going to touch the wetlands.
All right. Anybody? Do we have a motion or not?
I'll make a motion to approve petition PC 26-19 as it conforms with all of our 150 zoning code.
Second.
Motion and a second for approval. Any further discussion? Seeing none, call the roll.
Gabriel Haley.
Yes.
Joe Sanders.
Yes.
Chad Chop.
Yes.
Mike Conklin.
Yes.
Rich Day. Oh, sorry. I was gonna succeed this time. Laura Sauerman. And I think she did a thumbs up. Yeah, okay. And Todd Marshall.
Yes. Approve 6-0.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Next item, new business, 26-20, Urban Homes Rental LLC petitioner owner, site development for an 8-unit townhome at 1810 East South Street.
John, I'm back.
Each day is rejoined plan.
My name is James Huss with DVG team here tonight representing Urban Home Rentals LLC. The petitioner is here with me tonight. I'm going to give Ben a beat to pull up the materials I've brought with me tonight. Ben, if you could go to the first elevation view. One or two pages past that. Yep, you can just zoom that out a touch. Tonight we're requesting site development approval for construction of a single 8-unit townhome building located at 1810 South Street, also known as 113th Avenue. The lot is lot 4 in the Gold Nest subdivision. It's immediately east of the duplex lots that were built off of Madison Street. The parcel is approximately 2.2 acres and is appropriately zoned R3. The units themselves, again, there'll be 8 of them. They're quite large compared to some of the townhomes that have been recently constructed in certain other subdivisions. They approximate 1,800 square feet, which are about 20% by my math larger than some of the 1,500 square foot units that have been, quite frankly, I live in. Each unit contains 3 bedrooms on the upstairs and 1 3/4 baths upstairs, with half baths in the main level. All these units, as you can see on the screen here, will be front loaded garage doors with on the first level in the rear will be dining rooms and patios. Architecturally speaking, I think they're at or even a little bit above some of the more recently constructed townhomes in the city. Vertical siding will be used through much of the structure with stone veneer alternating to break up the frontage a little bit. Where you can see on the outer units, the stone veneer goes all the way to the top of the garage door, the entirety of the first level, and the next 2 are kind of a low banding, then up in the middle of the structure, they'll be full height again. Ben, I probably have more pages, but if you could go to the site plan, which is probably 10 pages forward. Sorry, I should have trimmed this out. more back. That one, there we go. From a site perspective, a shared access drive will connect to existing driveways that are already there onto 113th Avenue. Adjacent to that shared drive, you will see 16 parking spaces, which is 2 external parking spaces per unit. So I'm very aware that I know in my neighborhood there's a lot of parking on the street. It's obviously something that can't happen because we are on 113th Avenue. With the addition of the parking, the space available in the driveways and the 2-car garages per unit, that actually allows, we have parking for 6 cars per unit, which I do expect hopefully would be enough for the residents and potentially their guests. I mean, I think that's a very, very high parking ratio per unit.
I'm sorry.
There's essentially, you could park 6 cars per unit if you assume 2 cars in the garage, 2 cars on the driveway in front of the garage, and then two parking spaces or 16 out front. That's where I arrive at the 6 parking spaces per unit. So hopefully that would obviously be a concern of mine if I were in your position, and I think we've adequately addressed that. In the rear of the lot, there was an existing detention basin that was sized for an original conceptualization of this, the Golden Nest subdivision. When we added this new development, we kind of recalculated the numbers. We realized that the pond needed to get a little bit larger, so there will be some grading work to make sure that the site, after we add this additional impervious area, is still compliant with the city's stormwater regulations. On March 18th, we received our stormwater review approval. To the best of my knowledge, we've responded to and addressed additional city staff comments. The core of those comments centered around installing frontage sidewalk as far as practicable and including an 8-inch water main extension. Again, as far as practical, I only mentioned that. The only reason that they do not extend completely to the frontage of the lot is that, quite frankly, it will take some grading work on the adjacent lot to the east to make that sidewalk ADA compliant. That's the only reason why we stopped it. It's nothing to do with cost or what have you. And we've been here quite some time tonight, so I'll try to keep things brief. But as always, I'm both myself and the petitioner here to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Josh.
Petitioners request a site development to allow 8-unit townhomes in R3 residential. Property is located at 1810 East South Street. Parcel is just to the east of Madison Street, it's directly north of the subdivision. There is B3 business to the east, R3 residential to the north, and R2 residential to the west and south. Project received special use approval in 2025 to allow townhomes in an R3 residential zone. Approved, the structure would be an 8-unit townhome, which structure materials will not be consistent with development request. The only concern had by staff was garbage pickup along South Street. An engineering firm has worked it out that garbage pickup will be on site and not in public right of way, alleviating the concern of possible garbage and debris on a busy street. Plans have been reviewed by engineering, fire, planning, public works, and utilities, and has received approval from all departments, including tree board. Planning department recommends approval of petition 2620.
Yeah, bring it to the board for any comments or questions.
I have a question. So is the sidewalk going in or is the sidewalk not going in?
Oh, it is definitely going in. It really is even hard to pick up. Technically, it does not go to the lot line. I think it stops on 10 feet short. If we truly extended, it would hit slope and it would be too steep.
And then do you have a de-acceleration lane for the people turning in? Or is it just
no.
gonna be a turn, you put your directional on and turn in there in the middle of 113?
That's correct.
Isn't that danger?
I would contend that the traffic generated by this amount of townhomes would not meet the right turn lane warrant for the Department of Transportation.
For the de-acceleration lane?
Perfect.
What's the city's attitude?
No point of view request the acceleration for this.
Okay, and everybody's flying at 113th, those plow into them when they try to get in. Nothing further.
Any further comments?
A couple things. You're showing a dry detention area. So it's obviously releasing at some point. I can't tell from your gradation lines, where is it releasing?
It is releasing to the north. Ben, can you go one slide further? So on that microphone, but this is the control structure right here.
Oh, okay.
And outlets to there. So we're essentially, obviously, because it's just more convenient, we're basically pulling the limits of the pond this way and leaving this section undisturbed. That's how we're gaining the additional volume.
Okay.
When you've got ditch on that whole side of it, right?
You got fall, it actually comes up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it runs all the way along.
Yes.
Yeah, 'cause you have a pond on that other side, isn't there?
Oh, it's off screen, but yeah, north,
Yeah.
kind of northeast of the northeast corner.
What's the existing building being used for?
So Konstantin Popnikovsky, 310 East, 123rd Place. So existing building at some point was used as a warehouse. Right now it's just a structure, nothing is in there. We don't have even utilities connected to it. So we're hoping that we can improve the building structure and use it for storage equipment like moving equipment, snow removal stuff, something like that.
Okay, because I don't have a problem with the project. I'm a little concerned about two means of egress, it's South Street's a little crazy from time to time. And because we're not talking a lot of traffic in and out, do we really need two entrances? But can you address that?
Actually, I would like to, one of the things that we had to work out with this petition of the engineering firm was on-site garbage pickup. So for the ease of the public being able to go in one entrance and just basically do a U-shape out the other, relieved us from having 16 garbage cans along South Street. So it seemed like a very fair trade.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you, Josh.
Anybody else?
I got a couple. So I think that I'm just gonna say that I think that there's two curb cuts already. So I think the U-shaped driveway makes sense. I know when we very first workshopped this way back when, before the duplexes were put up, I think part of the thought process was at that point, when we looked at the 8 townhomes that were, potentially going to be on that lot, that the discussion was that outbuilding, the thought was rehab the out, which isn't a lot of rehab, right? I mean, it's basically painted, right? To make it look like the same as the rest of it. And then it was gonna be divided into like 8 separate storage units, or, you keep a portion of it for snow blowers and whatever. And then they were talking about, putting in man doors so that people that are in the townhomes, instead of having the garage filled up and then everybody's got to park on the driveway, to actually have individual storage units that they could use. Is that still part of the concept?
I think that's not going to be possible because we don't have that much room to make 8 individual overhead doors to use it.
I don't think they were going to be overhead. I think they were just going to be for, a 36-inch door that you can put your push mower in and your generator in and whatever it was. But I mean, this was all just thrown out at workshop. So it's conceptual at that point.
So definitely it's not meant to be like a workshop. If we use it, we're gonna definitely use it as a storage.
No, when we workshopped it at this level. Yeah, not that the building's a workshop. But I would like to see that building definitely match the character of the duplexes and the townhomes, like as a portion that's moving forward.
We already start improving. We added some new oversized garage doors. So as soon as, hopefully it's gonna be approved, and then we're gonna start rehabbing that building as well.
Yeah, and the color schemes I think would be nice if it all
Yes.
matched and tied together. Where the pond is back here, it looks to me, I did have to take a picture of it because I can't quite read it, but I want to say on that, I guess what would be the northwest finger that looks like it's gonna wrap around sort of to the back of the three newer duplexes. It looks to me like you got about a 5-foot elevation difference, but what I do know is where that property backs up to the 2-story townhomes to the north, that has got a block wall that separates that off. And I just want to make sure that there's nothing that we're gonna do by digging this that's gonna structurally affect that block wall, correct?
No, correct. I think what, the easiest, it is admittedly a little hard to delineate, if I could point out for you, Chad. If you're really looking, obviously aside from, running sanitary line, this is your kind of demarcation line of where the ground will touch. There's gonna be a pretty, I mean, this is a good, probably 30 feet. by the time
Okay.
it's all said and done, of where construction.
Okay.
There's no reason, I mean, we don't want to touch the area back here. Conversely, we don't want to touch the area back here. Just from that's
Okay. The materials on it, right? And I'm just, not of any fault of anybody's here, but I mean, there's some pretty basic renderings. We don't have much color palette. We don't have a lot of detail to these. You can kind of tell it's gonna be some stone. But is it our commitment here that this is going to, we're gonna match the stone of the 3 duplexes that we put on Madison Street. We're gonna match the siding. We're gonna match the window casings. We're gonna match those garage doors. So this all looks like, because the renderings out here, those garage doors definitely don't match the garage doors on the duplexes.
The style, right? No, we're gonna have them with the windows same as they're on Madison, the duplexes on the Madison.
Yeah, I think those have got the 3 windows that go down the right-hand side. Okay, just to make sure it ties together. And then the other thing that I had brought up previously too, when we had workshopped this and done some things over the whole kind of concept design, is with this horseshoe shaped driveway, right? And this is about the spot where you guys had, well, when they built this, that you've got the topsoil pile. Right, there's that topsoil pile.
Yes.
So the thought back in the workshop was, if you go down, if you take 113th to Broadway and then go back to the south, there's a whole line of 2-story townhomes there called Princeton. Has a big berm, lots of landscaping. It gives a real secluded feel back there. So the thought was to kind of give this a secluded fill, right, where you really have a lot of your topsoil already there, is to keep that somewhat mounded up, have an extensive landscaping plan, right? So you're buffering it from 113th noise. And it just gives it, kind of that fill of its sort of its own little retreat set back in there.
Ben, can you touch to 1 or 2 pages? To your point, I mean, obviously we have some slope going downhill west to east. We do have a pretty extensive landscaping plan in the front. That's not to say that we cannot, there's nothing preventing us from a stormwater perspective from adding a berm to this plan to.
It doesn't gotta be, I mean, we're not talking like a 10-foot berm.
Oh, no, I mean, I'm saying it's definitely
make it
something.
mounted and decorative, and you put some nice mulch or rock in there or whatever, it kind of gives it that more of sort of a secluded type of fill rather than just sticking out onto, whatever it's gonna be, 60 feet back from 113th or whatever that distance is. And this, my final question too is just, I mean, I guess because of the petitioner name, are these gonna be owner occupied?
We still haven't decided yet. Original is to be rental properties, but that's to be determined. We have zoned them for individual parcels. Down the road, we may consider, single family owner occupied.
I would personally like to see that, owner occupied on it.
Well, it's gonna be a 6 apartment.
That's definitely an issue for me. My first question was going to be, is this going to be owner occupied? And if so, then who's maintaining the landscaping, is it a property management firm? Is it you personally that's going to maintain the grounds? But is it an HOA or POA if there are individual owners? Yeah, I'm not going to be able to support rental housing. That would just be stepped up apartments.
Are you gonna keep all these? Just,
Yes.
so you're gonna be the landlord then?
Yes. Of course, obviously, if they did go to, they did then all roll over the same thing, obviously, there would be an HOA stuff.
Yeah, but that's not where we're at.
Sure.
Right. So right now, if we approve this, that's 8 apartments.
I would say 8 rental properties that
Yeah.
are larger than.
He's not gonna sell them, so he's gonna rent them. They're not just gonna sit there.
What's your rent gonna be? What are you thinking of that's gonna be?
For now, plan is to be rental properties.
I know, what's. the
How
price
much?
of the rent?
Rental price, rental price, roughly like 26, 27.
$100 a month?
Yeah.
$2,600 a month?
2,600, 2,700.
Well, I would have to say that this petition, for lack of a better term, annoys me, just because I feel like the planning commission has been put. We come in a workshop and we approve an office building for this, they need to, they're trying to use up the land, so we allow 3 duplexes over there, which is fine. The ones on Madison, we approved them. They did a nice, I don't know who built them, but they did a nice job building them. But, then this doesn't get built and we allow R3 rezoning. It was industrial. We allow R3, so now we're stuck with R3 and here we are with 8 duplexes, 8 townhomes.
8 units.
8 units. And, you got the zoning for it. So, we gave it to you. The city council approved it. That's what I was trying to say tonight on the R2 with the one petition was if we allow R2, they got R2. But I feel like we got hoodwinked. It's the same thing that we had happen at 65 and 231, where we're bringing in this big development, we need these townhomes to help get it going. Now we don't got no development, but we still got the town.
189.
What?
189.
Yeah, and we're gonna have an office building. Now we got even worse. What makes it worse is the rentals. I mean, if it was 8 townhomes, because it does fit the area. If you're right next to it, you built some, it fits in the area. It does fit there, but I'm totally against rentals, and I would approve the 8 units just because they do fit the zoning that we approved, and they do fit the area there. But another thing is we need to approve this with the shed in the back to not be some kind of commercial lawn escape business or something. We can't have we're allowing a commercial business to be in a residential area by not locking down what's going to happen with this shed. That's my opinion. Not happy. I'm not happy because we got told one thing and something else happened. We allowed the rezoning, so now we have to allow this project, and then to make it worse, we're gonna make it rentals. It's just like the worst of all worlds coming together. That's how I feel. That's all I have to say.
I hate to say it, I tend to agree with Chad and John. I don't know why, I just assumed that, townhomes, they were gonna be for sale like condos or something, but I don't like the idea of the rentals either.
If you made them for sale, I would support it, just see it happen and get the property developed, but I'm not for the rentals whatsoever. It's just like we told the hospital, the biggest customer in town, we're not gonna allow apartments over there. And they're bringing in the doctor school and all kinds of stuff. The rentals, I'll get past the point of the town, but the rentals aren't a problem. Anybody else?
And do we need to figure out what is gonna happen with the pole barn?
I think we need to have some kind of resolution, because we don't have one now at all. I mean, they could put anything in there. They could be working on semis in there if they want to. The shed's big enough to drive it in the door. I mean, I'm not saying they're gonna do that. I don't, I believe this petitioner when he says he's gonna keep his onboard, his snowblower and stuff in there, but right now it could be anything.
Would it make sense to defer this and give them a month or so to figure out how they want to address this?
Well, I don't know, like that's.
I think all you have to do is it's an enforcement issue. There's no commercial use is not allowed on the property.
And what my concern is that it's a major road and I'm not saying you're gonna do this, I'm just speculating. Cause I mean, you're gonna sell it, you're in business, you're a for-profit operation. You eventually will sell it, or your kids will, or whatever, but you got rentals, which aren't really kept up that good. And then you got a building in the back that could be anything. I mean, the place could be a junkyard.
But we know they can't use a commercial, and if it turns into commercial use, we have to go after it at that point. I hear you, but I mean, it's more of an enforcement issue than a preventive issue.
So how do we feel about it? What's the pleasure of planning commission?
Would you be willing to do a declaration, to create an association? So there'll be some controls in there?
Yes.
Maybe limit the number of rentals in there to 2 or 3, so you don't have 8. Just something. And at the same time, you can incorporate the existing building in there to provide for no commercial use and only whatever limited use you want to do. We need some kind of control in here, otherwise it's just gonna be bad.
Well, I don't think the petitioner has said that he's willing to sell any of the units to individuals. Right? Am I understanding?
But he's willing to do a declaration providing for, limiting the number of rentals.
So that means he owns all 8 of them, but he can only rent out 3?
Yeah, how are you gonna do that?
Can't do it. I mean, it's either got to be a condo association and they're for sale or they're not.
I mean, I think that's gonna be up to the petitioner, either say he's gonna think about that and maybe we gotta give him a little time, or if he just says not interested, then there's no point in deferring it, right?
Right.
I'm not against the development. I mean, I'm against because of the way it came in, but I'm not against, it fits the area. 8 townhomes there fits the area. It does. I mean,
8 owner occupied townhomes would fit the area.
I mean, they're renting in the other part. I mean, that
Yeah, there are people that bought investment properties there.
Oh, yeah, they got rental signs out there on 101st and South Street all the time. You see them all the time. We can't.
But individual owners own those homes. Yes, there's rental going on, but one person. I mean, this is an apartment building that happens to be 2-story units.
Yep.
Well, the Aspen, the court part of that, they have a lot of rentals in there too. And they have guys that own multiple units. I'm not denying anybody the right to rent to buy property and rent. I'm not trying, that's not my intention. My intention is that for this area, it, you know, we've tried to limit rentals in Crown Point and have an owner occupied. To be honest with you, you got $2,500 a unit, I would go to your real estate school, to be honest with you. If you're able to get that done, my God, you're smarter than I am. But the additioner wants to rent.
Yeah.
You know, the partners, you know, my name is Pete Bosakowski, I live in 12723 Massachusetts Street, you know. We work, you know, we have the IMP electric, you know, for 24 years in the ground, you know. And this is like investment property for us, you know. We plan now to maybe rent it, you know, we can see how much, you know, we budget in that. But we plan to sell it, you know. We're not gonna keep it, you know, for so many years, you know.
But then who you sell it to? Will they maintain it the same way you do? We don't know that.
Are you gonna do 8 house titles? That's for Bro Haley better.
No, it's just one whole
I
ownership.
know, but do you intend to make 8 separate house so you can sell a condo? Is that what
That's how they are.
you're gonna make 8 separate house deeds?
They don't get a deed, they just get a lease. That's it.
But if they put it up as one building, you gotta sell it as one.
Yeah, they would sell
If
unit
you-
1,
if-
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
But if you build it as 8 house deeds, you could sell an individual unit. That's what I'm trying to ask. What the intent of the,
I mean-
how you gonna,
Think about like Walkerton or something over there. They got one building, it's got, you know, 8 units in it. Those are all individually owned.
Yeah, and then you plat them and have individual units with designated units all the way
if
through.
he builds
And
it
then
now,
and then you can
if he builds it now with 8 house titles, then if he wants to sell it, he can, but if it's one building, he's probably gotta come back here to get that approved, right, Josh? To split it up?
Re-subdivision of the property, we
Yep.
can also include covenants and restrictions.
I'm asking how he's gonna develop it so that we eliminate the problem of him trying to sell 8 units at this point. He puts it in 8 house titles and he can sell them off individually when he wants to, as he do. I try to tell you how to run the business. How do we want to proceed? We gotta do something.
I'll make a motion to defer.
second. We need to look at this.
What if we defer, what do we want the petitioner to work on? What's the reason we're deferring it and what do they have to do to come back?
We want them to work on ownership. Whether it's 100% or like Dan says, limited to couple, 2 or 3. And we want written assurances of what the outbuilding will be, and that it will not be a commercial use sort of situation. Does that cover what you wanted, John, too?
Yeah, I just wanna know how, I'm not for the rentals. I'm not against the project. I'm just, cause this fits where they wanna put it. I'm against the ownership. Maybe we're penalizing the petitioner because they came in here honestly and told us what they were gonna do. They could have just said we're gonna build an 8-unit townhouse and never sold it. So shouldn't punish the customer because they came in here honestly told us what they wanna do.
But we do always ask if it's going to be owner occupied. I mean, that is a question that this is not the first time we've asked that question.
No, it was not. How do you guys feel about the firm?
So like, the company name says, started the company for the rental business, so that was the original plan, that's, we wanna make the investment for, but, like the partner said, it's not excluded down the road, we ended up, selling those individually. But the goal, to be honest, to be rental.
Well, I'm willing to consider, because you are being honest with us, which we don't get all the time, so I appreciate that very much. But it's just a concern, I think, of the board. We have a motion and a second for deferment. I'm just trying to get what the homework project is for this petition.
Well, I think we need to know what the outbuilding is gonna look like, right? We can't just kind of, yeah, we're gonna work on it and do something. I mean, we have some concrete, what's the roof gonna look like? Are we painting it? Are we siding it to look like, the townhomes and the duplexes, or what are we doing to it?
Well, in the petitioner's defense, I'm aware of your business. You guys are hard workers, do what you say you're gonna do. I mean, you have a good reputation, so, that gives me some ease of mind, because you guys aren't, in any way trying to scam it. So, I mean, you guys are, you work hard for your money.
Only 40 years ago.
I got you. I've been out there. I've seen you guys on the job, so,
If you plan, everything can we say, we matching these two duplex, and we start with the red house, we change the main door, the big door, and actually we paint the black because, the duplexes, and that's how we plan it, 8 unit with black doors, matching it. And siding everything, I would say, big doors. That's how it's planned.
well, I think a deferment's probably the right way to go. And let's try to have some communication with Josh and see if we can get this figured out so that we can make this work. So we give it a day, give it a month and let it go and see what's going on. What do you think, Joe?
I got a question. Is there a moratorium on apartments in City of Crown Point? Is there a legal? Joe?
Laura was talking about something earlier.
Council's got it.
The council passed a resolution years ago, 20 years ago, probably. We'd have to see nobody's lifted it in the years that I've been here.
Well, there were two. Well, the mayor had one and then the council had one.
Okay.
The mayor lifted his, but the council one is still in place.
What?
Council has not lifted
But as
theirs.
plan commission, we're either
As I said, you have not
recommending it
lifted
or not recommending it to the council, right? I mean, we've been approved as R3. We're looking from the legal aspect of it. What does deferment do? If we defer and they come back and say, no, we're keeping it the same, then what do we do?
My only thought about the deferment, it buys some time. If we vote right now and it goes away, it's dead for a year. Right? Josh? If we vote it down, it's dead for a year. And if we defer it, it gives them some time to maybe think some of this through and come back and. Right.
I think it does, and I think it, as we kind of all keep sort of spitballing this back and forth, it's, are we gonna, so that we're matching the duplexes, are we doing concrete driveways in front of these, and then we're doing asphalt for the parking? I mean, those are some things that we, if we're talking about, we're gonna match this whole thing up. Match it up.
So if we were to defer it tonight, it goes what, 30 days? Come back? If you guys
Next meeting.
then did research and see if these could be sellable or a one owner unit, owner occupied units?
Yeah, and
Like on your end of that? I mean,
can't you even defer for 60 days or something?
It can have 3 deferrals in total, one from the petitioner, one from the board, and one from staff. Is that
Okay.
Yeah, 30 days would
I
be.
think 30 is good. I mean, I'd be
Yeah,
willing
30,
to
'cause
come
it-
in and meet with you and Josh and maybe another member of the plan commission, try to work this out. I'm willing to try to make this go. I'm willing to, try to resolve this for you. I'm not just saying no. And that's why I think a deferment right now is your best bet, because lets everybody think about what we want to do here, how we can make this work.
And we're looking for, excuse me, commitment of use restrictions on the outbuilding, and it sounds like you all would appreciate a visual representation of the future appearance of the building.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
And I'm sorry, did you say addressing the rental issue?
I think that was kind of.
Yeah,
implied.
okay.
But no, I didn't just say that, but yeah, that's what most of it's talking
I'll get with Josh. Let's get something set up and let's try to hash this out, all right?
So we got a motion
And a
for
second.
deferment and a second for
Yep.
'30-day deferment.
30-day
If
deferment.
I was an investor, I'd want to keep moving.
I agree. I am an investor and I agree with you completely. So I would say 30 days is fair and we have a motion in a second, so call a roll.
Dan Rodriguez.
Yes.
Joe Sanders.
Yes.
Chad Jeffers.
Yes.
Mike Osborne.
Yes.
Rich Day.
Yes.
Laura Sauerland.
Yes.
John Marshall.
Yes. All right, so you guys understand the plan, right? All right, no problem. All right. Next order of new business, 26-21. SLB Brothers Properties LLC petitioner, Lake County H&F LLC owner, requests a site development. Purpose is a gas station and liquor store at 80 West 97th Place.
Good evening again. Ben, if you go to the second page. of the packet. Good evening, James Huss again with DVG team here to this petition representing SLB Brothers Properties LLC. They're current business owners in the city of Crown Point. Also with me is Matt Rossman, Integrated Construction Solutions, who's the intended builder. Tonight we are requesting site development approval for construction of a commercial development in the Crownhurst Broadway subdivision, lot 1 specifically. Is at the northwest corner of Broadway and, depending on how you look at it, 96th Place or 97th Place. Petitioner is requesting to construct a combination fueling station and liquor store on a 1.8 acre lot in the B3 district. Proposed use was permitted in this district at the time of application. The fueling station will provide 10 fueling positions, and the operations on the property will generally mirror their other very successful location at the southwest corner of 109th Avenue and Delaware Parkway. Renderings and illustrations in the packet, we believe demonstrate that the proposed construction conforms to regulation 150.27.4, which are displayed on the screen for you. The site plan illustrates full conformance to the various B3 zoning regulations. A primary access point onto 96th Place is over 200 feet west of Broadway. Secondary access is proposed onto Washington Street, which is the north-south street to the west of this lot. To the best of our knowledge, all requests of city staff have been accommodated, which include the installations on sidewalks on 3 sides of this lot, the only one not being the north where there's a detention pond, and a water main extension on Washington Street. Obviously, 96th Place carries very, very little traffic today. It's directly across from Amazon. And we do recognize that that is outside of when Macedonian Church and their banquet facility are functioning. That's a very small sliver of an average week. Construction of this gas station will, of course, generate additional traffic at this intersection. We did prepare a complete traffic study that was shared with city staff quite some time ago, as well as the Indiana Department of Transportation. The findings of that study definitely pointed to the fact that a different lane configuration as it approaches Broadway is basically a necessity. The site plan, Ben, if you could go through, probably 15 or 16 pages. Again, we got a little overboard here too. If you could zoom that page out a bit. Given that 96th Place was constructed to the more wider, approximately 32 feet is what the stock street in Crown Point is. We are proposing a minor widening to get that kind of approaching Broadway Avenue out to 36 feet so that we can provide a separate left turn lane and then what would be a right turn lane. The through traffic here is very minimal, but obviously widening on 96th Place was a necessity to ensure that vehicles can depart back onto Broadway in an efficient manner. I think our last submittal of the city was on March 24th. To the best of our knowledge, we responded to all remaining comments, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, go ahead, Josh.
Petitioner is requesting site development to allow a gas station, liquor store, and a B3 business zone. Property is located at 80 West 97th Place, on the northwest corner of 97th and Broadway. Parcel is just to the north of St. Peter Paul Macedonian Cathedral and in the southeast corner of the Crown Pier subdivision. With B3 business to the north, OS1 office service to the west and south, and the Maryville Ameriplex at Crossroads Complex subdivision to the east. If approved, the structure would be an 8,250 square foot gas station, convenience store, liquor store. Site meets all of the requirements for parking and will be installing sidewalk along the property line on Washington Street, 97th and Broadway. Plans have been reviewed by engineering, fire, planning, public works, and utilities. It has received approval from the departments with planning, still feeling the facade needs to be adjusted to match the on-Broadway standards. There's also, it was brought to our attention earlier, in the ordinance, canopy colors and material should complement and be consistent with the main building and streetscape. Bright and glaring colors like red and yellow are not acceptable. And on top of that, as a site development package and a gas station, I would also like it on the record as a reminder to the petitioners that we do not allow pennants, banners, feather flags, any type of advertisements to be zip tied or taped to any of the canopies or other structures or put up on the facility at all. They get a monument sign, they get on-building signage, and that's pretty much all we do.
And no mulch or ice or
Correct,
whatever.
no outdoor sales of merchandise.
Okay, thank you, Josh. Bring it back to the board. Questions or comments from any member? Go ahead, Mr. Royo.
The no access easement along the south line, how far does that go? I can't read that on my drawing. There's no access easement along Broadway. There's some reference to a no access easement on the east-west road. I don't know what that is, 86 or 96.
It does stop approximately 100 feet east of where the driveway onto 96th Place is proposed.
Why can't it go all the way through there?
Further to the west?
Yeah.
How much further would you like?
Well, what we don't want is to have a bunch of, new access easements along that south line. You've got yours established and it's right across from the church, which works real well, but I just don't know if it would shift if you wanted to do another one.
I mean, I think as far as, I'm fairly certain that 5-foot no access easement was put in place to restrict a driveway being put too close to Broadway and then empty into a potential turn lane or a queue of cars.
Understood.
I think,
but I don't know that it would be prohibitive to not have an access easement to control, the development out onto, what is that, 97?
Yeah.
97th Avenue.
96th Place. Right.
Okay, someone gets the bright idea to put another driveway to the west of the driveway that's already, established.
Obviously, we'd like to proceed with what we have tonight, but I don't think we have any issues potentially coming back in with a plat adjustment to increase the, or the scope of that no access easement to make their legal mechanism in place to where this will be the only driveway onto 96th Place.
So you're planning on having another one?
No, not.
But then why don't you just put the access easement and no access easement in there, and then we won't have to worry about it.
You mean just at every area except the one driveway?
Along the, yeah, except for the one that's established.
That's what we agreed upon when we discussed this before, correct? They get the two driveways, they get two lots. There's a crossover easement and no access along Broadway 96 or Washington Street.
Yeah. If you want to vacate it down the road, if you want us to take a second look at it, we can do that. I would prefer to maintain where the access easement is now that we all agreed upon directly across from the church. So there won't be any temptation to put in another access easement to the west of the one that's there now.
I'm in complete agreement with you, but what we have proposed, right, at least at this meeting today, is simply site development of a single development. There's no plat before us tonight. But if you're looking for a.
But you can put that in there. You can put that in. Joe, we can,
yeah, we could.
I mean, I think it.
or revise or just make it a part of the site development.
I mean, we'll make it a condition, part of the site.
I think that's what I'm trying to say. If that is a condition, I think that's. Yeah, certainly. Yeah, it is definitely not anybody's intention that there will be another driveway here.
Well,
If that's what we need.
Road to hell is paved with good intention.
Yeah.
And easy access. Okay, make that conditional.
That's all I have.
So what's everybody think of the rendering?
I've got some real problems with the colors. Those are not acceptable material. The blue and white tiles, blue and white and green tiles. I'm assuming, is the rest of it brick? I can't tell from the rendering that I'm looking at. Is it brick? Is it stucco? What is the outside of the building?
Structure is masonry on all four sides. The only other material on the structure besides masonry is a metal panel, which is what you're seeing on the corner, and then at the entrances. At the entrances is also a metal panel. Matt Rossman, 1135 Broadway, Suite E, with ICS.
Wait, the entrances that look like stone are metal panels? The things that look like block, it looks like there are two entrances that have larger kind of column looking things on the sides and a larger signage area.
Correct. So those are signs above the doors. There's to the right is an entrance to the C-store, and to the left is an entrance to a liquor store with proposed, signage above.
But the material that is under the signage that looks like block stone, you're telling me those are metal panels?
Correct. There'd be like a silver metal panel, approximately that size that is showing there now.
Okay, and I will just tell you straight up that the metal panels will be a deal killer for me. What I would like to see is continue the masonry and also around the two entrances. If that's stone, that's a great looking building. But the blue and the green and the white is really taking away from your building. And it more than that, obviously that's a subjective opinion. But more than that when you have frontage on Broadway, you have to live by the standards that we've set, and the masonry is what we've set. Unfortunately, a couple of metal panels got in under the radar, and we're a lot more careful about that now. And now my colleagues will have to speak to their feeling about that, but I feel very strongly and it would be a deal breaker for me. That's all I got. Thank you.
The other thing is the columns. We've been very strong on that on Broadway, that the columns need to be brick on over the canopy.
Yes, you're right. Mhm.
About four.
Yeah, yeah, some of them have gone higher, but yes, some of them are maybe halfway or so, Matt, yes.
Mhm.
Absolutely can accommodate that.
And I think, speaking back to the petitioner's other store at 109th and Delaware, it does have what you were just alluding to. So I think as you're viewing the renderings, I would just request that you just assume that's just something that didn't make it in the rendering.
Assume that I couldn't hear that comment. I'm sorry. Assume what?
We, Laura, Josh informed us a long time ago that was going to be a request to do the same brick banding around the canopy columns that is in place at the petitioner's other store at 109th and Delaware.
Okay.
Just asking both yourself and the other planning commissioners just assume that that will be done and we're committing to do it, and don't take that very specific part of the rendering as perfectly accurate.
Okay, so that if there's a motion, that would be a part of the motion.
Correct.
What are your plans for the eastern part of the property? Is it just going to be left alone? Oh, I'm sorry, western part of the property.
We'll just be frank. Obviously, there is still intention to monetize that property. We did come in asking for a single variance. I don't know the exact month, but just to be totally frank, we're all very aware of the recent code change. Obviously, of course, the city has the right to change the code, and petitioners that already had eyes on the property for a certain use also have the right to react. So that is the reason why you're seeing a single lot development. Wouldn't be surprised if in the very near future we do come back before you again for a subdivision, because obviously that's a lot of land that can be further monetized by the petitioner and ultimately for the city.
Which is all the more reason to put that no access easement in. As a protection.
And that was what Dan, I was saying, that would be the perfect mechanism.
Any, next, were you gonna go?
Sure. Can we just make this one simple, Matt? Can you replace the metal with whatever looking limestone block you could put there and pull the green and blue and gray tiles off the side, and then I think it'll wind up fitting what everybody thinks for that corridor.
Second.
Yeah, I mean, part of the architectural, fitting in the on-Broadway corridor, which we know all about, we've been building an on-Broadway corridor for a while. The architectural standards changed quite a bit with the Seven Brew, with the Med Spa, and I felt like this building actually did fit consistent with what's been approved and built in the on-Broadway corridor recently. Obviously, it's been a long ways from, Williamsburg, but it is consistent with what, in my opinion, what's already been approved, and helps the building stand out with competitors and other buildings that have been built recently.
Well, I don't know, the Med Spa is the greatest one to compare it to, right? Because that was originally designed because of some sort of franchise colors, and then we wound up with one that was like green and white and teal that was not approved, and then we had to go back in and change them. So that one kind of got messed up from Jump Street.
Yeah, but we still made them change it though.
It was.
Yeah.
Colors got changed.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but I wouldn't use that as a standard to judge what we expect on Broadway.
I think this is much better, to be honest, and much better than Seven Brew. I'm just saying there's a lot of things that have changed architectural consistency along Broadway. Projects that we've had nothing to do with.
you know, I think though, it would still stand out instead of the blue and the green. If maybe you did some different shades of gray or different shades of brown and tan, it would still stand out. It wouldn't look so circusy, sort of thing, you know, and that's, I don't know if that's kind of to your point, but
My
that's,
point was just, it's getting late, and I thought that we could come to some common ground here. And I bet you if you said, I'm gonna take that metal panel away and put limestone block there and take that colored stuff off the corners, I bet you we could wrap this up in about a minute and a half.
yeah.
You'd have me.
On the front entrances, if we swap those out for Nichi hot panel, which is widely used along Broadway, would that be an acceptable alternative material on the entrances? And then if we got rid of the bold colors on the corner.
My question would be, what's the Nietzsche hot panel? Because every time we talk about it, we could get it to look like, you know, it could look like a bouquet of flowers, or it could look like balloons, it could look like wood grain, it could look like anything. So we say, make it look like, you know, block stone.
It would make it look like block stone. I mean, I think the metal panels look like block stone too.
No, metal gets hail damage, metal gets bumped into at gas stations, metal is not great in Northwest Indiana.
Block stone, like limestone.
If the metal looks like limestone,
The metal was replaced with Nietzsche that looks like black limestone.
yeah, I could live with that. Without the green and the blue and the white.
So-
Metal panels. I think the metal panels, I'm telling you, oh, well, it's late and I don't feel well, and so I'm getting a little snarky probably. The metal panels would be a deal breaker for me as far as a negative feeling about the entire project, if there's any metal on it. The Nishwa panels I could live with if they look like stone. And the colors are natural colors, which we insisted, if you were there for the Holiday Inn thing, you know, we made them change their branding colors, things like that. People will find your place. The lime green doesn't make a difference. They'll find your place if you give good service and have good prices.
Because the colors you have right now really clash with the Shell branding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get yellow and then you've got the blue and the green and the.
That's kind of odd.
The specific green color is computer generated. It's not, you know, I think originally we believed it was going to be a different brand, not Shell. So it'd probably be yellow panels. This would be more accurate, but we can get rid of any bold colors.
Yeah.
You want to make some of the green, the blue, and the gray panels, some of them are gonna be yellow now?
No,
Oh.
I'm saying originally it probably should have been a different color palette, knowing that it was a Shell brand instead of like a BP brand. But we can get rid of the bold coloring and substitute that, if it was subject to approval, do a Nichi hot panel that would look like stone.
Match the front, what you.
Like-
The front entrances,
And-
match that on the corner.
And for the corners, if that's the sticking point. I think if we did I would like to see the metal panels, but a non-bold colors. So more in line with the color palette that's on the building. I think that would add an artistic look to it and make it look unique for that project, but obviously.
And please don't take this personally. You are welcome to your wonderful opinion, and I'm sure it would be a fine building someplace. But the requests we have made of petitioners who want property or want buildings built along Broadway, natural stone, you know, stone colored natural colors. Again, the metal panels that you've seen on Broadway kind of came in under the radar. Nobody was happy with them. We made them change them once. It was my choice. I would have chosen to completely make them take them away and change it completely, but somebody else was in charge at the time. So please hear what we're saying. This is not a cut to your aesthetic, but on Broadway, we have set a certain standard and we've asked every petitioner to do the same thing. So what we need is stone, not metal, and we need it in natural colors. Your branding is obviously going to be Shell or whoever is on the canopy. And we would like stone around the columns, at least about 4 feet up. And you look along Broadway, and we've required that, brick or stone, on the columns of the canopies also for gas stations along Broadway. This is the blessing and the curse of being along a busy road. And we would like you to hear what we're saying. Don't take it personally. It's not meant personally. It's what the requirement has been for everybody else on Broadway.
Okay, real quick. Do you have your license for liquor there? Okay. Did you have to approach the state or disclose to the state being close to the church?
There is the requirement is that you have to be 200 feet away from the church, so we are.
From the wall of the
From the
church,
wall to
and you're
wall,
no,
yes.
okay.
Sir, we just need to say your name and address.
My name is Lakwinder Singh. I'm from 10282 Double Tree Drive.
And is there any, like earlier today, I asked, is there any discussion with the state with that Broadway intersection? That's gonna get real busy now, and you've got the Ameriplex across the street and a lot of the Amazon trucks, and then you've got new traffic coming into this.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit more in detail. Again, this is nothing that wasn't in the traffic study. I'll be the first to admit, although we're in a public meeting, NDOT review times, not just for this study, but for many other studies, is quite extended. We definitely have submitted to the state, just like we did with the city. If I didn't provide correspondence, if we go in the state, I'm happy to give that to Josh in the morning. But it has gone to the state. It would be a much bigger deal if we weren't adding the turn lane.
Sure, right.
I can't speak to NDOT, and obviously there'll be a permit involved. I think it's pretty, at least in my opinion, as primarily a transportation engineer. I think the worst NDOT's going to say is potentially make this petitioner and any other businesses in this area sign a signal covenant at worst. In my opinion, it definitely does not warrant any sort of upgraded.
No, there's turn lanes there already. I was
Just
thinking
just for a
traffic
gas
control
station.
light.
You know, if the whole subdivision blew out and we have a lot more cars, it might change. But even if it does, this intersection is I believe greater than a half mile away from the next signal. So I mean, the spacing is good, which is great. And when we did do the traffic counts, this is speaking to safety, the amount of traffic crossing Broadway is as close to zero as I've ever seen a traffic count get, if you can imagine. And
Sure.
there's not a lot of the Amazon traffic actually goes further south before it goes. There's virtually no left turns coming out of Amazon. They're all rights. This obviously would be a little different, but I don't want you to think there's a whole lot of cross talking, given that the uses on both sides of the street are just so different.
And lastly, are they really gonna be single pump, or is that just in the rendering, single pump islands?
Yes, single pump.
Okay.
Okay, so where are we at on these colors in the building? I think we agreed on the blocks for the entrances. What are we doing with the color?
I think what you guys have asked is that we make it look like stone. And we're agreeing to subject to approval for it to match.
What's the colors gonna be?
I would say stone color, gray, like a limestone color. I don't know.
Neutrals?
Exact
Neutrals?
Yeah.
We're
It
looking for
depends on the
neutrals?
brand. Yeah, I mean, a lot of
So we're
different.
gonna change it up, different colors, or we're gonna make it all
I think we're
one?
gonna make it, I think we're gonna make it unified now. It's one color.
Are you good with that, Laura?
Yeah, well, I mean, we don't mind contrasting stone as far as like what you're showing in the rendering along the bottom near the sidewalk being different from the darker gray. Certainly the lighter stone around the entryway, that's all fine. It's that corner of metal sheathing that's the issue for the most part. And the material, the metal material is the issue. So is that clarified?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the monument sign the same as what you have at the other property? Style wise?
I think our intention is it to be the same. I can't remember it from
memory off the top of my head, but I think
Okay.
it has a masonry base.
Yeah, yeah.
We would, exactly, the sign petitioner would come in and flex the signage.
Okay.
And if our intent would for it to be the same.
Okay.
The difference there is I think it has two different sign locations, and we would only be having.
Okay, any other issues that we need to discuss? Think we've resolved the problems, is that correct?
I give fair warning, whoever makes the motion needs to list exactly what you want on these findings. And listening to this, I have no clue what you guys are doing.
Okay, I don't make a motion.
Do you want me to take a stab at it?
You betcha.
All right. I'd make a motion to approve petition 2021, subject to the following. The addition of the no easement access all the way around the roads, as stated by Mr. O'Haley. No metal paneling or finish within the stonework or around the entryways, but change the entryways to be a coordinated niche-wall panel, and the stonework on the corner to be completed similarly to the rest of the rendering. The columns under the canopy beside the pumps should have a coordinated brick or stone column look at least 4 feet high. And any other staff comments?
26, 21. I think you said 20.
Yeah.
Oh, 2621. I said 2021. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You get that, Joe? You think?
I've got it as close as I can.
You read your writing?
Yeah.
All right, so we have a motion to approve with many stipulations.
Second.
John,
We have a second?
can I request to adjust Laura's first point? I believe what she meant is that no access easement be placed around the property and everywhere except the driveways.
That is correct.
Yes.
You agree to that, right, Laura?
Yes.
I think that's what you meant.
Just want to make sure.
Go ahead, Josh.
And actually with this contingency on the new facade of the building, would it be okay, Laura, if I got with you when they submit it for you to help with final approval?
I'm sorry, Josh. I couldn't hear you. I heard my name, but I couldn't hear you.
With the contingency to approve, with the upcoming changes to the facade, would you be okay if I forwarded you the facade changes for final approval?
Yes.
Outstanding, thank you.
And the sign.
That's it.
Okay.
When you say the sign, the side. base.
Monuments.
Yeah.
Monuments.
Just
Not
the
the
base.
Just the base.
Yeah.
Motion and a second with many stipulations. Anybody else want to add anything or discuss anything further?
Are we good with the outside sales stuff? Did you? add
That's
that?
part of the word.
Yeah.
All right.
Dan Rohit,
No.
Joe Sanders.
Yes.
Chad Jeffries.
Yes.
Mike Conquest.
Yes.
Rich Day.
Yes.
Laura Sullivan.
Yes.
Yes. That's fine. All right.
So
I think we've had enough public hearing tonight, so.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Is there any miscellaneous business? Anybody wants to bring up? Other than Josh putting 12 items on the agenda?